Gamers, I'm late. That's my bad. I had to wipe off my glasses because I look chopped without them. Sledge joined by notorious Souls hater Cyanic Acid, and we're already in game. Just gonna get things Mach 10. I'm gonna get us caught up to draft, and then he can take it away. Not super surprised here by the bans. Over on Mythos, they're banning some of the just kind of powerful bot laners they don't want to see. They don't want to see that Meld cheat out laning phase. They don't want to see Caitlyn first pick, especially after that Ashe ban on the other side comes out. They don't want to let Femboys first pick that. On the other side, Femboys, they're banning away Rakes's Bard. He's a beast at that. His Nautilus, he's a beast at that. And Guma's Ashe, because when you're on red side, Ashe Seraphine, especially, you know, is just way too easy. And it worked out considering that Caitlyn ban. Not a huge surprise because, you know, then they could just Caitlyn Bard with it. So you just want to remove it entirely. Then Femboys, they're picking a pretty strong overall comp. They've got Smudda, with a Karma to get him out of laning phase. And on the other side, we've got Ezreal, just, you know, strong AD, also one of Guma's preferences, one of his really strong picks. And Ori, a really strong champ that's always picked early on in, in Fearless Drafts. Annie, not a crazy response into that. Also one of the few champs that can actually catch Ezreal off guard. And you know what? If they can't get Nautilus, they're going to find another engaged champ, and that's exactly what Rakesy secures before we get into the second ban phase with the Leona.
Yeah, for those of you who are not keeping track of the bracket, this is semifinals lower bracket, so this is final elimination. I don't think it is an exaggeration to say that Femboys is an underdog here. The last time these two teams met in the regular season, Femboys got 0-2'd, and they are playing without their starting AD carry, so they have some expectations to overall here. We see Zahed and Vi come out, both teams trying to get rid of some of that Bruiser early game playmaking potential. And I think Mythos really wants to set up their top laner. Femboys wants to set up their jungler. Don't want Mythos to get an early game lead. Femboys tend to win their games by drafting lots of damage, lots of skirmish. If Mythos is able to match it, slow the game down, and let their comp sort of synergize, it'll be a problem for Femboys for sure.
One second, I'm having to write up the pink for everybody. But yeah, not crazy bans here. Banning out some of the just easy blindable jungles here by Femboys. Not crazy. That being said, I mean, I still see like Xin Zhao open. Yeah, an 80 something that can pair with Ari to go in is great, and that's exactly what we're seeing here with the Nocturne. Some way to get onto Smolder and know you're going to get onto Smolder is always super valuable. So going with the Nocturne instead, I like that a lot. But Femboys, they're going to be able to respond with whatever they want, but they are going to have to blind a top laner.
I'm not 100% fan of this Mundo hover because who are you running down with this Mundo? Ari or Ezreal? Like both of these champions will just run circles around you. I don't want this locked in, but it is. It certainly gives you frontline, but I feel like Ezreal, Ari, and Nocturne can easily navigate around Mundo. And they're hovering for their last pick. Looks like that Mundo is most likely going to be jungle, and we are going to be picking their top laner here.
Yeah, it is going to end up being the Mundo jungle. Just kind of a nice matchup into Nocturne. Yep. Also, something you are able to face check into a lot of that CC. But for a lot of the reasons, like you said, there are going to be downsides to it. But I am glad that Femboys recognized, hey, you know, we do need some harder engage. Or we cannot only engage every 5 minutes when Annie flashes up. That's not super reliable. So they're going to go Science and a little tankier. Also, when you got a Smolder on your team, you know eventually that's what this game is going to be about. So going some big bodies from him is pretty good. I do wish there was a little more snap engage or reliable engage, but love the Gwen. I love this Gwen. She's going to be able to shred through the Mundo. She's going to be super, super safe into Smolder and into Annie. And she's going to be able to chew through this Scion, and Scion's like never going to be able to touch her all laning phase. I mean, as soon as he starts charging up that Q, her E will also always be up. She can dodge out of it, and if not, she can just pop the W while staying a little far away, and then hit him with the scissors. Gwen, great pick here. Wasn't necessarily expecting to see it there, and I think it changes a little bit the way that this game is going to be played. If Mythos don't get some crazy lead through this like Ari, Leona, Nocturne kind of triad, where they're going to be able to run the game once they hit level 6 and look for some, kind of crazy engages and push their lead down Femboy's throat. If that doesn't necessarily happen, then they're able to kind of take a step back and go with more of a 4-1 split comp, where Gwen is going to be able to match anybody she sees in the side lane and be able to get value there. And one of the things that I absolutely love is Stun Gaming Mythos's top laner's laning. His laning's super good. And so I would not be surprised to see him very far up on this Scion early and be able to kind of change the way that this game has to be played. And when your enemy has a Smolder, you want the enemy team pulled across the map. You don't want to just get them for them to be able to ARAM right mid. That shit would suck. You don't want to let that happen. So I love the Gwen pick and what it does to this draft, but I also don't think it means that they have like a bad team fight at all either. If they're ahead, and just in general, I think Gwen is going to be able to do a lot of damage in these fights and really also be a threat for Smolder if it ends up happening and she gets a good flank.
I absolutely agree. I do want to say that while I think Mythos did win this draft, it's not like the game is over as a result. I think Femboys gave themselves some really good tools. I think the big thing is they're going to have to acknowledge that top lane is going to have to lose with grace. Scion at almost no point should have a winning matchup against Gwen, and it just gets worse. But what they can do, if they find the angle for it, is give up the minimum, move the Scion to objectives when needed, because if you show up with a Mundo and a Scion and an Annie and a Karma and Smolder in the early game is just sort of along for the ride, you have a very strong early game around these objective fights compared to Ezreal, Ari, because they're not going to have good targets to smack at. You just sort of bully people off. And I think Femboys are going to need to try to do that, because if the game just sort of stalls out into these mid-game objectives as the outer turrets start to fall, at that point, when the map starts to open up and Ezreal and Ari start to get 2 items and your tanks aren't fully online, that's when Mythos should really start to take these ultra mobile champions and move around.
Real quick, before we continue our analysis of this game, which will be very extended because of the God-given gift that is spectator delay, is everybody in chat, it's time to gamble. Our glorious lord, CLT2244, is in the chat, and he has started a prediction. I'm going to put a bunch of money. I'm not seeing anything on Mythos yet. Come collect some money. I'm going to put 10,000 on Mythos. If you want, You can follow my lead, or you can put it all on Femboys. I love me some Femboys. Say I love Femboys in chat if you also love Femboys. The team, of course. But yeah, go gamble now. Gamble now. Use your money. Gamble now, Seth. I know you're in here. You better be using your money. I know you have money. He's all in is 5K. You're a brokey now, bro. Yeah, we are looking through. Coming from rewatching an Incarnate versus Inleave, I swear you'll get Stun Gaming, Incarnate, and Stun Gaming. Yeah, maybe that. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. This is Race's team? Am I wrong? Am I wrong on the bracket? Oh no, this was Mythos. Okay, it must have just been the other one.
Yeah,
my bad if that happened. Something else in chat. We've got Inversion 007 subscribed with Prime. Thank you, Inversion. Thank you. You're handsome and talented and incredible for subscribing with Prime. Storm Raider AD Scion is not too bad into Gwen. That's it. That's all I'm going to say about that. I can see it, but wait, no. For a second, I thought that so on the client right now, every once in a while, since I've been around for way too long, I'm unk. Here, let me get rid of the money.
The Storm Raider AD Scion flips the script a little bit because I can absolutely see that actually having early game pressure against the Gwen. You have to make it work though, because if you don't get an early advantage and you're going Storm Raider AD Scion,
yeah,
your ability to engage is muted because now you're a squishy champion running into Ahri, Ezreal, Gwen.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why you have this Scion here, is because you need somebody to take that, right? Yeah, you have the Mundo, but you need somebody to be able to take that poke from the Ezreal, so that you need somebody to be able to walk into an Ahri so that she can't just charm, a squishy. And if Scion is just another squishy, he is going to get shredded in team fights, and it'll just be to respond to Gwen, which is fine, but then you drafted Scion just for a Smolder, to have less around him. I feel like this comp is very all in on the Smolder, which I find interesting because we haven't really seen all in on the AD type of comps coming from Femboys. So, but I do believe that it is not their normal AD, so that could mix things up. But I am excited to see how this game actually ends up getting played out. I love the Smolder Karma because I feel like it really just gets Smolder. Smolder's not meant to have a winning lane, but Karma, that champ is just fucking ridiculous. Into the Ezreal Leona, I feel like it'll, make sure Smolder has a good time. I am curious to see how it ends up working out. I think Rakesy is really good. I think he's the best support in the league. I also think Guma is very good. Probably top 2 or top 3 AD. Probably top 2. So I think their bot lane is going to be really good. And Ezreal Leona is like one of Ezreal's few kind of kill lanes. So into Karma, if they manage to get like an early lead, that's going to be a little scary for Smolder, or just kind of when the mid game hits and they have this Ahri Nocturne power that's already running around. I think it's going to be really hard for Femboys to find a way to contest the game early enough that it won't just slip out of their fingers before they can get strong. Because yeah, eventually Smolder's going to get to a bunch of stacks, but you got to get there, and for that you have to be able to contest some of these early objectives. And I'm just kind of hoping that that's what I'm going to see. I'm hoping from them that I'm going to see Smolder Karma be able to dominate lane, make it so that Leona can't just roam and create impact on the other side of the map. Because if they aren't winning lane very hard, and Ezreal's just A-OK sitting on his own, and Leona's able to team up with Ahri Nocturne on the other side of the map and make something happen, I think that's going to be really hard for Femboys to be able to respond to quickly enough.
Something I'm curious to see is which keystone they are running on Smolder, because you have the new Deathfire Touch now.
That's just so stupid.
In my opinion, Smolder really wants a keystone that helps him with lane. I think both Comet or Fleet Footwork help, but the Deathfire Touch, once you get to that 125 stack mark and you start applying the burn, it's so much damage. It just scales so hard with him. But in the early game, before he has that burn, it's barely noticeable. It certainly would be giving up a little bit of that lane pressure that you talked about that they probably need.
Yeah. As any second now, we are going to head into game. Predictions are over. If you missed them, gang, too bad. L-U. Ooh, we're gonna
I
get
think
the
one of the other things that's worth mentioning is we did talk about Femboys' need to create pressure in the bottom lane, and we did talk about how good of a support Rixie is. The last time these two teams met, though, Gaming Mythos' mid laner had Femboys' number. He kind of created a lane kingdom there. And I think this Annie is going to be the linchpin of their ability to fight early game objectives. Mundo's okay in the early game, but he's not great until he gets a bunch of objectives. If this is an AD Scion, which I don't expect it to be with Comet.
No, well, Comet actually makes me think it might be. The Doran's helmet makes me think it might not, but really how much does starter items really matter anyway?
Yeah.
I think he probably is just going the Comet to be good in lane. But I mean, I completely agree, man. Yeah, like Mundo eventually is just Mundo, and he's going to go where he plays, no matter what role he's in. But, oh, Guma, calling him out.
But if you're thinking, like...
But early on, he does not have... He's not Zinzao or Jarvan. Sorry, you go.
Yeah. If you're thinking of an early, 10 to 12 minutes second dragon, you don't want to give up 2 dragons in a row if you can help it.
Yeah.
This Annie having priority and being strong is going to be how you win an early fight. And if he gets Lane Kingdomed again, it's going to be sad.
Yeah, and Astros is really good, but I think Rurika's really solid as well. There's a reason why a lot of times when teams play against this, you saw a different strategy this game from SGM, but a lot of times when teams play against Femboys, it is 3 to 5 bans going mid lane, and there's a reason. Although Rurika isn't going to be able to access his Ahri, but, Rurika is one of the better mid laners in this league, so if he's able to have a good performance, I think that'd be a big deal. And just like you said, he's going to be a lot of that playmaking in the early game, especially before Smolder becomes Smolder. Or Scion can be there for every fight.
Yeah.
It is going to be up to Annie pretty much solo to find angles. Rixie missing the Zenith Blade. I think that would have been a huge angle for them, as we already see top lane. We got a little Gwendolyn action going. I just ordered 6 different Gwen posters.
And we're seeing early invade.
Oh,
from
big
SMG.
fight on the Zenith Blade. Ashes is still level 1, getting chunked out. Rixie taking a lot of damage, getting burned a little bit by that Deathfire touch, but I think if you are on the side of SGM, you're going to take that trade.
Yeah, absolutely. As the Leona, you want to be able to have all-in potential. When you get another champion that low, that potential exists. But we are also seeing an invade by 129 onto... Yep, there it is. And it looks like he's just going to take the whole bottom side.
That's crazy that he's being allowed to do that. We got a little bit of vertical. I love vertical jungling. But yeah.
But this is not what you want if you're Femboys, because your bot side is the side that you want to create pressure, and if you're getting vertical jungled, and just now Polar is discovering that his bot side is missing,
I might get double scuttle too if he doesn't reset right
evaporates.
Now. Yeah. He's gonna walk over there now, but he doesn't have a blast gun to get there quickly. Hold on, bro.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that he's not checking his Krugs. He's just sussing out that they should be gone as well. He is learning that the scuttle is gone, so he's not going to get double scuttle, but this is definitely still a pretty hefty advantage because there are still 2 camps for 129 to take on his own side, so when he gets back, he should have some more to take, whereas Polar is not only behind on experience, a little bit of farm, but his whole path is now exposed. They know where he is. They know where he's going to go next.
Yeah, they've pinged my boy out already, and now 129 is going to have a quick move. He has reset here too. I don't think Polar is going to be able to take this Raptor on the respawn, but he is going to know if it gets taken. Astro's pretty low. Polar could flash. If Rurika had mana there, maybe Polar could like flash Q and then look for a stun, but Polar's actually on spawn going to be able to take this. I think it'll be pretty close. Astros has mana. 129 decides he's not even going to go for it. I've been loving in terms of just like watching the jungling so far this game.
Yeah, and you can't break the Mundo passive with the tether, so hopefully Polar just walks away from this, but he shouldn't be fighting this. He should just be walking.
Yeah. Flash for flash. Yeah. Polar going to hope that the Q is enough. Miss Q by 129. On the other side now, Rurika looking for Astros. The auto's not going to be enough. Rurika has the movement speed, but does not have flash. 129 has another tether. Rurika's in trouble. He manages to get the extra attack speed from his W, and 1 goes down. Polar's pretty low too. They need to be careful, especially considering Sekko is walking over. 129, he's feeling himself. He's going to get that spell shield back pretty soon. He's going to throw out the Q, doesn't connect on anybody. Sekko, ooh, Polar, heads up play from him. But that being said, 1 kill into Astros' pocket. when frankly, Ririka there was the one with tempo we'll talk about in a second. Moonprince has to use the cleanse to avoid an all-in from Rexy, but the return here might be pretty nice. Ash's tether does not connect, and Rexy and Guma are good for now, but Ash's has the ult version of the Q. Stun goes in onto Moonprince anyway. Moonprince flashes down, but Rexy is getting low. We were talking about this bot lane needing to succeed. Rexy, the stun lands. That's 1 for 1, but Moonprince gets the second. That is massive for Femboys.
You love to see it.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a huge problem for SMG going through this bottom lane further. Like, Smolder is not by any means a lane bully, but on any common and AD carry, if you create a farm advantage...
we were not watching. Shutdown going to 129. That's nice, and it kind of fucks up Moonprince. He's going to probably lose a wave off that. So I think just good around all around. But yeah, Astros now has the ult, looking for this play onto Ririka. The Q, second part of the Q's got to connect. Ririka's not even going to drop Tibbers. Oh yes, he thinks he has the kill, and he might be right.
He might have it.
But Astros gets the second jump after the takedown. Tibbers is running him down. Well, Astros had the movement speed. He used the W, and he's going to be fine. That's absolutely insane. Astros up 2-0. That first kill that he got was wild because Ririka TP'd, had tempo, and Astros still got the kill anyway. Now on the second one, Ririka commits just as much, dies again. Astros is going to get this wave, be able to reset, be even stronger, and this Ahri is going to be able to get a lot of pressure in a lane that we were talking about was supposed to be Femboy's key into this mid game.
And I hate to say it, but it almost looks like Ririka is playing nervous because that first death that he had, he flashed forward when Astros was out of vision in a bush, so he was never going to be able to catch that. And in that fight that he just lost in the mid lane, he queued a minion in the middle of it. If he had not queued that minion and had queued Astros instead, that would have been it. That was the difference maker.
You hate to hear it. Sekko's down here. He just said, fuck my lane, man. We're looking for a play. Rexy's here. Rexy's not level 6 yet, but he could look for the roam here. Going to stun up Ririka, and Ririka's going to go down. Now, Polar, is it just a matter of time? Will this Mundo will be enough? He's going to get locked down, and Sekko has a lot of damage. Wangrod finally is here. 129 jumps in and is going to be able to actually help them finish off Wangrod. Wangrod, no flash anymore, and he is going to end up going down. Polar does get out, but at what cost? Just more gold over to SGM.
He really said, "Get down, Mr. President," but in the end, it was still the one death that SMG was looking for. And I love to see lots of action, but it really is looking like this bottom lane is Femboys only in. Hopefully, they somehow find an angle, but even with an early gold advantage, Smolder is not a champion that comes online very quickly. Unless SMG slips up or Femboys have some really good angles, I think this first dragon should go to SGM, I'm sorry, as they set up for it. And you're going to look to want to fight with Smolder on one item, I think.
Yeah. Feels bad seeing the difference here mid when we knew that Ririka was going to be an important piece of them getting into this game. Now down 0-3. These Tibber ults are not going to be massive. First dragon of the game has not been taken yet, though. Which, just an early Tibbers. Ririka knows he's just kind of got to use his cooldowns if he wants to get a lead against Astros. But if no dragons are getting taken, you're kind of liking that if you're Femboys. Because the longer it takes to take dragons, the longer it takes until Elder Dragon. And if you have to contest Elder Dragon, you at least want your Smolder at a point where he can do so. So, pretty good for Femboys. That being said, it would not be surprising if once 129 gets his ult back up, they do look for a play. Rexy having his ult also is going to be a really big deal. So Rexy's probably going to sit down there and get some XP off of the wave until he has that Solar Flare unlocked, because once he does, he's going to be a lot stronger. Sekko now! Oh, that knock-up has got to feel bad. Sekko does have the ult if he wants to contest this. Mundo will just be giving him so much HP. That Q missing is kind of a big deal. Sekko is going to be able to stack up a little bit. Is he even going to use the ult? He's going to start it, but it was a little too late, and I don't think he's going to be able to get the HP that he needs and the damage on the right members. He's still going to get this wave. Kill's going to go over to Sion. I think that was the opposite of what Sekko was going for, but he got a lot of that wave before he went down. In exchange, though...
Sekko did do something kind of interesting there. I think you were just about to say it. He wasted so much time that this dragon is free. Like, they knew where Polar was for pretty much the last whole minute. There was no way they were going to contest it. To be fair, I think that dragon should have been taken sometime in the last minute and a half anyway, but it was a very comfortable take thanks to that information, that stall that Sekko created. And they are going to get the Grubs for a trade, but most people, I think, believe that Grubs is essentially the consolation prize to a dragon take. You really want to get your dragon stacking started soon. Oh, you hate to see it, unless you're SGM, in which case you'll love to see it. What a Hail Mary. You'll love it.
That was
It's
wild,
funny.
man. This guy's fucking Ryan Gosling on his Project Hail Mary type shit, dude. That was a crazy ultimate from Guma. I mean, and a lot of times you just throw it out there. You saw 129 moving up. You know that if they could find a fight, SGM were looking for it there. They had Nocturne ult, they had Ari ult, they were, I think even Leona was up there. Yeah, she was looking to make a move. So they knew that if Polar was slow, they were gonna look for the fight afterwards no matter what. But the fact that they weren't able to get that fight, but Guma's ult still took one is just brutal.
Yeah. And speaking of Nocturne ult, everyone likes to talk about...
What the hell? All right, good for you, bro.
I mean, welcome back to late.
Yeah, worked out.
Everyone likes to track those Nocturne ults because it is the whole reason you play that champion. It's worth pointing out the first ult was a huge success. It was in that mid lane fight where Waingrod had to bail out Polar but gave his own life. The ult, as you said, is back up. So now the question is, what are they going to use it for next? Both neutral objectives are off the map. So you kind of want to find a gank with it because you have the time to do so before that second dragon comes back up. But if you're Nocturne, I think in this game stage, you're pretty happy just to keep invading, keep farming, and look for the next objective with your ult. I would like to see them try to push this advantage if they can, though.
Yeah, Racy just got ult. I would not be surprised if he uses that declared vision nearby, or just looks for a roam as he's already on the move. Next dragon isn't going to be up for almost 3 minutes, but when you have Nocturne and Ahri, you're going to want to make a lot of plays around mid.
Yeah, and even with that double kill that Moonprince got earlier, we are seeing him still kind of...
Here we go.
There it is.
Ririka way too far forward. Tibbers was a little out of position there, buddy. A little too far forward. Raxi somehow ends up getting the kill. But luckily, on the other side of the map, Moonprince is going to be looking for something. Oh, don't know if I loved how far forward he was walking there. Did force out Guma's flash, which was nice. But Moonprince took some turret damage there. It's going to stay in lane. But now we're on the top side of the map. Sekko's looking onto Wangrod. Wangrod doesn't have the ult anymore. Raxi does connect with the Zenith Blade. He's going to look for some extra damage. And when you're locked down, you're stuck in the scissors. Oh, but he's got just enough HP to survive for now.
Yeah, Sekko noticeably still did not have ult. And that was the difference maker. I'm sure if he did, that would have been a very dead Waingrod. And now, I don't mind that aggression that Moonprince was playing with earlier, because, you know, you saw the Leona roam mid, you saw the Nocturne ult, there was no one that was going to collapse on him, and obviously Guma was too low to be able to try to turn it around. I'm not sure I like that he stuck around after shoving that wave in now, because with that health disadvantage, he's going to get shoved in again, and he's just going to have to kind of live under his turret, as he has been for most of the game.
Yeah, Guma's got the well, you know what, Moonprince knows that he has to reset before Raxi shows back up. Ooh, Astros with a huge trade there. Nocturne ult's gonna be up soon as well. Once he gets back on the map, yeah, Ririka knows that he's just gotta get his ass out of there. Ooh, or maybe not. Moonprince gonna get slowed,
Good
pardon
dodge.
me, but manages to avoid the stun and just under turn enough that Rax can't find anything. Loving the game so far from Moonprince. You saw 2 AD bans early on, but he still managed to get that Smolder real early, and he's been piloting it well. We just, you know, it's hard to say that there's any point on Femboys' team right now that they can play around. Smolder, he's playing well, but it's just not his time yet in this game. Ririka's super far behind, which means that it's all up to SGM to make every play, and that's exactly what you are seeing. Ashes going to get taken really low. There's the tether. Flash follow from 129, and he's going to get one. Moonprince is here. He's untouched. He's going to be able to pump out damage, but a Nocturne ult and an Astros right on top of him might mean Moonprince is in trouble, but he ends up surviving. Now Polar's going where he pleases. Astros is in trouble. He's getting burned. Will he go down? A flash Q from Polar is going to do it, but Guma's here. They want to take down this Mundo, and he will end up falling. Annie was not there in time to match the roam. I know it's hard to match the Ahri roam. If Annie was there a little bit earlier, that fight was a lot closer than I felt like it had any business being, Cyanic Acid.
Absolutely, and I think a lot of the reason why was just really good positioning and summoner spell usage by Moonprince. I think CM did a great job of getting on him early. The Nocturne ult covered the Ahri approach, but as soon as that Ahri charm connected, instant cleanse, flew over the wall. Once he was under the turret, they didn't really have enough damage in the tank to blow him up there, and from that point on, it almost seemed like SGM got confused that they hadn't killed Moon Prince, and they sort of went 3 different directions. It looked like Astros had sort of hovered under the turret a little longer. 129 walked away from the lane side of things, and Rakesy walked out through the tri-bush into the river, which sort of let them pick a 1v1. I don't know if I liked Polar's flash for that kill, for what ultimately ended up being a 1-for-1, but I think it's certainly not like a mistake. I think I would have liked him to keep the flash, but if you can get a 1-for-1 kill when you're behind, you get a 1-for-1 kill when you're behind, right?
Yeah, and good Dragon heads up play. They were able to get that because they saw that Redemption top on top of Scion. As meanwhile, bot lane, guess who's under turret? It's going to be Moon Prince. He's still going to get one on Rakesy despite the heal. 1-for-1 in that situation ain't too shabby. It might even lead to a Herald on the other side. Now Scion is TPing, looking on a Guma. Guma's really low, and this TP might be enough. Here comes the Scion ulti. What? What is that directed, Cam? I was trying to fucking... It snapped me back. Hold on.
Yeah, no.
Hold on.
I mean, it looked like the Scion ult connected just in time to probably save Ashes from that last Ezreal Q.
Sometimes directed cam just... Yeah, sometimes directed cam, like, steals back the champ to whatever it's selected to when you're manually moving it. That's just awful timing. But yeah, Ririk is here looking onto Sekko. Doesn't have the flash, but has the movement speed. We're going to get a Q. No Tibbers, but it might be enough for Sekko, who misses the middle of the Q and one of the ults, but still so much damage onto Ririka. Also, that Riftmaker is up, so Sekko knows that he is stronger than anybody else on the Rift. Ririka's taking the brunt of the minion wave, which means, Sekko, you got to kind of just jump in there and make sure you're Riftmaker. As soon as you lose Riftmaker, you're going to lose this fight no matter what.
Polar.
But he's able to wait it out for Rakesy. Now Ririka has the stun. Is it going to be able to do anything? And down goes Sekko. I think if Sekko held on to the Riftmaker passive there and just kind of balled, I mean, it's hard, but I think that's the only way that you manage to survive in that fight. But great play on top side to get the whole team really back into the game. Something I do want to talk about, though, real quick, is if this isn't a glitch, I'm seeing Liandry's on side. Oh! What are these cross-map ultis from Guma?
I mean, at a certain point, you just gotta start backing in weird places, because clearly he's playing with map hacks on.
He is, clearly.
And you are seeing Liandry's from this Scion, and I don't know this tech. I'll be honest. I understand what's probably the idea behind this, which is to have a little bit of poke. I mean, we E through someone, it does, apply that burn, but other than that, I don't know if there's another item coming that synergizes better with this. I don't know if there's something in his runes. I can see, that he does not have the what's it called? The Deathfire touch. I'm not entirely sure what this is.
Just got to be the new dark technology. Well, on the top side of the map, Femboys are getting Herald. They're probably feeling pretty good about themselves and that pickup. Astros is going to be able to get a turret on the bottom side of the map. And all eyes in 2 minutes are going to start going towards this next dragon. Third dragon's going to be pretty pivotal because if SGM get third dragon in this game, then the next dragon is going to be Soul Point, and they're going to be in a great position to be able to fight for Soul. If they don't, that's 5 minutes longer that like a guaranteed fight in that area is going to have to happen. And that's 5 more minutes for this Smolder to stack. And despite the big lead we saw Astros get, we haven't really seen as much Nocturne already pairing up. We saw a few times, once or twice this game, where they paired together and they made some great plays on one side of the map. But that's really slowed down over the last few minutes.
Yeah. They had 1,000 gold lead at around the 8-minute mark, which is significant, but it's still 1,000 gold lead. If you're down 1,000 gold with the Smolder at 18 minutes,
Rakesy finds Ashes, and that's going to be it for Ashes. Even through the heal, 129 is here. It's going to be able to get enough damage, but as Moon Prince and Polar are able to get something on the other side, they are not. So that's just a nice little bit of gold donated into 129's pocket.
And this is sort of, unfortunately, Macro 101, but even professional teams have trouble with this. When you're running an Enchanter support, once you enter into these mid-game macro situations, you need the buddy system. You need your tank.
Ooh,
you need your Mundo.
still
You
looking.
need Polar with you to check
Hold on,
pushes.
129 is a lot squishier than I think him and his team realize. As soon as Ririka's here, she's going to be able to find a big ult. A Flash Annie ult would go absolutely crazy here if he looks for it. He doesn't go and pull the trigger. And that means that on the bottom side of the map here, SGM, they're going to walk away scot-free.
I think there was a lot of self-control from both teams because you had Polar sort of zoning zoning Ari off, and Polar couldn't really turn around on the rest of the bulk of the team that was heading out through the mid lane side of things, because if he did, let's see what happens here, though.
We don't like that flash. Yeah, that's
Oh, the directed camp.
The directed camp took us to the quote-unquote actual fight.
Looks like he's out, though. But yeah, as they were retreating out for the mid lane, if you turn around...
Rexy's going in. A little bit split here on the initial engage. Late Solar Flare isn't going to land onto any key members. Ashes is still alive, and Moonprince is looking for a play here. 129 is dead. Astros had to flash out. On one side, Guma's able to get a kill, but he's completely split from the team. Moonprince is taking over on the other side of the fight, getting more and more stacks. This Smolder's just getting stronger, but we do have Sekko here, and I do think that this Gwen could create a miracle. Rexy would die if he goes for an engage, but that just might be all right. Rexy's here. Where's he going to look? He finds an angle onto Ririka, but dies before he can get any major CC down. Now, Wangrod, Ririka, and Moonprince, as well as Ashes, who's just now joined the fray again, are looking for Guma, who's getting jumped pretty low. Sekko is able to jump away from the root, but Rangrod is going to start this dive. He knows that he can take a lot of this HP. Guma's ult isn't going to connect and chunk anybody down, but we were talking about how important this third dragon is, and it's going to go over to Femboys.
Yeah, and honestly, if I took the nameplates off, I took the match record off, at this point in the game, I favor Femboys. The dragon stacking has slowed down. Moonprince is strong. Like, he's not stronger. He is strong. He's at 2 items. He should be hitting stack. His
Hold on here, Cyanic Acid. We weren't the only ones who thought that this dragon was going to be important. It looks like, in the pit, 129 gets it. He's going to be able to kill Moonprince. Moonprince has no flash to get out of this. They abandoned him in the pit. I'm going to be in the pit. Now, Polar is at that stage of the game where he is pretty unkillable. Nocturne going to ult. He is going in onto the back line. Ririka is feared, is getting low. 129 is going to go down again, but is Guma going to be able to take over this fight? He gets knocked up. That's going to be brutal. He manages to use the shift to get out of there. Rexy was still up just long enough to give a little bit more appeal to Guma, but isn't enough damage. The ult. Oh my god, the Tokyo Drift from Guma. That was insane. Astros is chunked down. Now it's all going to be about if he can hit onto Ririka. He's not. The E from Guma does, and Guma's just going to give an auto. Now can Astros find his way away from Wangrod? It's going to be hard. He's going to go down. That's still brutal to see at this stage in the game. You want SGM to be looking a little bit stronger than that, but in the end, they got the dragon, and they had a pretty okay fight towards the end of it. More gold on Guma is good, and they still have late game insurance policies. They still have Sekko in this side lane, and he's just going to get stronger and stronger, so that should have been guaranteed for Femboys. It should not have broken down like that.
That was the caster curse, if I ever saw one. I was just saying, I like Femboys here. We were just saying they had that dragon. And then I'll be honest, they kind of lost their minds and just decided they didn't need to keep their jungler in the pit with a live Nocturne. They didn't need to fight through their AD carry, who was their strongest member. And it just sort of collapsed. And yeah, at the end of the day, the extended fight was a 4-for-4. But you now have SGM on Soul Point, which, depending on how skilled you are with your macro, is a huge problem. Because if you're SGM, you can fight for Soul if you see the angle, but you don't have to. You can trade Baron for it. Because what are you going to do? Give up Dragon? One dragon to Femboys for Baron? If you feel like you have a closeout angle, you take those all day long. And Femboys don't get a choice, because you can't just give up Soul this early in the game.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at chat real quick. Jacob saying Guma might be him. Dude, he might be. Guma is looking like the threat in this game. This guy just, it seems, every single time it seems like they've got him caught down, he manages to slip away and deal a lot more damage. What else is
check to make sure he's not actually Guma Yushi? It
might be. Guma might be bored and is playing on NA 200 ping. Master says, just tuned in. How's the game going? Why is Ririka on Annie, bruh? In the draft, Ririka just went Annie in order to respond to Astros' Ari. But yeah, just hard in the laning phase. But now that we've gotten out of it, Ririka has started to rebound. And
to be fair, I think the Annie in the fight before the dragon fight is shown the strength of the pick, because they got what looked at first like a good Nocturne Leona combo onto Moonprince, but the anti-ult onto 129 just completely shut the engage.
All right, Sekko starting the fight. This is going to be anti-TP coming in on the bottom side. Sekko using all 3 parts of that ultimate, but if Sekko manages to dodge this Q3, it's actually going to be pretty playable. 129 decided not to go in right away, but if Sekko just got a little bit of help, he's going to be able to survive with his Riftmaker with all of the healing that he has, and there it is. This could be the fight that broke the camel's back and got things back in the direction of SGM. Wangrod does not have ult. He does not have a way to easily get out of this. Ahri is matching mid as well, so Femboys are going to lose 2 of their members for nada nothing zilch. 3, pardon me.
I think right there was Gwen online. She's at 2 items.
Yep.
She basically was 2v3 or 1v3 fighting that.
Oh, Astro's about to get, hold on. Astros is about to get Spirit Rush. Polar's having to use his ultimate. Astro's going to look on him, but Mundo does have the ulti. He's just going to out-heal what an Ahri can do, but still feels pretty nice there. Masters TTV says, Gumayusi borrowed Guma's name for posterity. No, bro, I think the Korean ADC borrowed Guma's name, actually, is how it works. And the Masters TV said, Rurika just put the Silas in the bag, bro. True. Rurika's Silas is quite good. And would be nice into the Ahri. But it is, we've already drafted. We're in those situations. Just game 1, though. Fearless. The Silas will come out, gang.
I want to see this. I think Silas is so fun to watch. But yeah, I think to completely reverse what I was saying earlier, at this point, SGM is firmly in the driver's seat. They are 2,000 gold in the lead, which, to be fair, is certainly not an insurmountable lead. But
yeah, it's like nothing
once
at this
again,
stage of the game.
Yeah, but you've got 3 dragons. That's a lot of intangible gold that you can't really put a number on easily, as well as, once again, the macro control that this gives you, because you have...
Oh, hold on. We got to talk about this fight right now. Rexy's going to get caught out. He tries to E on to Polar just to reposition. He's going to get chunked down. And Moonprince now, how many stacks? Can we get a stat check? 260 almost. That's pretty big. Dragon just spawned. They got 2 options here. SGM can either try and trade the Baron, but that'll take way too much time. They're going to ping forward anyway because they have Gwen in the side lane, and she's applying a lot of pressure. But this Baron call is just a little late, and we can already see members of Femboys shifting up towards it. Wangrod has ult if he wants to look just a little bit early. Tier 2 is going to be taken. If Gwen finds a good flank angle, it could be doable. Instead, we see Femboys. They're just waiting for the response. They're just hoping that SGM, they're just hoping that they get called on their bluff. But they're not. Or maybe they are. Wangrod goes in, but that's a tanky motherfucker. 129 is here. He's got ult, and he's looking right onto Ashes. Ashes is going to go down. Polar is surviving. Wangrod in the back also is so tanky. Guma and Sekko are the 2 main carries right now. Ashes already out of the fight, but with the power of Smolder, Femboys are winning the game, and this Baron Gambit, they went way too late for it. They should have just tried to, I think, contest on Dragon and let Sekko really do his thing in the side lane, or they should have pulled the trigger and gone to this Baron earlier or contested the Dragon, but because they didn't choose any of these options, it took them way too long. That being said, we're seeing a TP right now from Ashes. Ult from Ezreal gives them sight. This Baron is burning, but it's burning slowly. Big time delay here from Tibbers as Guma and Astros, they're hoping that they're going to be able to check out some people. Moonprince is getting lower. A lot of shredded resistances right now means that Guma's going to be dealing a lot of damage as well. He really wants to kill Polar. He wants to mix things up because if he can kill Polar, it means that there's no smite, but there's no smite at all, and Astros gets it and gets 2 as well for his troubles. Wangrod and Polar are both down. Guma ends up dying, but a absolutely massive steal. Wait, am I insane there wasn't a steal? Why the fuck did I think it was a steal? I'm insane. I'm insane.
I think you just saw that Astros had got the double kill.
I saw the Astros double kill, and I went, what the fuck? No, that was big, but it wasn't what they wanted at all. It was just a kill in return. Yeah, that means that Polar and Wangrod, most importantly, I think Wangrod does not have Baron when he comes up to assert on the side lane, but I mean, SGM are still in a really bad spot here. They weren't able to trade for that Dragon. They ended up giving up the Dragon and the Baron, only getting a top tier 2 off of that, and then like 5 of their members died.
Yeah, it's a consolation prize that, in light of everything you're happy to have, you get Baron off the 2 tankiest members, which will significantly slow down the push. But you didn't want to be in that situation in the first place. And I think, honestly, SGM got a little too hypey because I liked the Death Bush idea. You know, you were playing chicken with Femboys, but Femboys checked with their tankiest member. So obviously he wasn't going to die. And then 129 ulted in on Ashes. Yeah, he got the kill, but at this point in the game, that's not who you can ult in on. You have to answer Smolder in every team fight. He's got Execute. He's got 4 items. I'm sorry. He is a threat, and if you don't answer that threat, they will win fights. On top of that, I think the team bought into the hype too much. That mom hit everyone, followed by the sneeze. Smolder probably dealt half their team's health and damage by himself.
And I mean, that's why you're picking to Smolder. We're almost at 30 minutes in this game. Smolder at 289 stacks. Just absolutely a menace right now. And he's got Omnivamp too, so it's going to be hard to poke him down before any of these fights. Now, with Baron, you can see the Femboys are trying to get some work done. But the awkward part here is that Ahri is the one splitting, not Gwen. Right now, you really want your Gwen in side situation, unless you're looking to fight. That might be what they're going for. Rexy goes in, but yet again, we have Moonprince completely untouched. Sekko tried to make something happen there, but it didn't work out. And we already have Guma at half health, Rexy at half health, both wanting to maybe look back for something. Guma chunked down really, really low. 1K from Moonprince, and he'd be dead, by the way. Moonprince doesn't have the rapid fire cannon, but Guma's getting pretty low. And now we have to start fighting, the fight starting from Ririka. Guma on the backside, completely taken out of this fight. Astros was able to be slippery, but 2 Spirit Rushes used in order to actually survive. But he's going to have to just use the 30s running out of him, yeah.
Or not. I like this aggression. But they have to make this decision quickly, because they are low. If they don't have Mundo ult, they do have Mundo ult. Ashes is low, but I mean, this
big ult there. Big ult there does get Ashes, and that's going to be pretty important. Polar's pretty low. If they can manage to kill him before he gets HP, but they aren't going to be able to. If you play this long, though, there's the stun. Wangrod's getting low, but yet again, we're having a free hitting Moonprince, and the Smolder damage is just undeniable, and the front line takes way too long to die. Finally, Femboys are going to walk their way out, but let's be honest, only because they lost Baron, and in just 20 seconds, this next dragon is going to be up, and I don't think SGM are in a position to contest it, but that being said, I think they know they have to contest it right now. It's now or never. They know. God, I'm so good at fucking macro, man. All right, this is the angle. You can see Moonprince. It's been a while since really all of Femboys have backed. 129, though. If he gets caught out, that's going to be no smite for the objective. No. He's going to flash away. Is the Smolder Burn going to take him down? That, with a little bit of help from his teammates, is going to do it. Ashes isn't here quite yet, but 129 and Sekko both are dead. In 15 seconds, Sekko is going to be up, and his teleport should be coming up fairly soon after that, but he might just walk here anyway. But just complete control.
Tibbers is up. Only the Mundo ult is down. I don't know how they can really walk in without the jungler, and you have Ashes back here.
Yeah, that's rough. Getting caught right there in the jungle. 129 is not up, and there's just no way to possibly contest this objective unless... No. All right, this is what we got to see. This is what we got to see, and we see it already developing real quick just before you go off Cyanic Acid. You're losing every team fight. You have to find a way just to hold, poke, deal with these objectives. You have to let your Gwen develop in the side lane and start threatening. Gwen is just going to keep getting stronger. Yes, Smolder's strong. Gwen is also crazy strong in these late game situations.
I want to highlight Ririka's items here. Oblivion Orb, Malignant, Rylai's. When we say you have to find an answer for Smolder, Ririka looked at this honestly camp that he received from the Nocturne and said, okay, I'm behind, I'm lower on gold than my opponent, I will make the most of it. Every dive attempt on Smolder, which is essentially the options that you have if you're SGM, is going to be met by a Tibbers, always up because you have Malignance, magic resistance being shred, slowed by Rylai's, healing cut because you have Oblivion Orb. I love this build. It makes it impossible to dive.
Gwen has a lot of power right now on the sign lane. Baron's coming up in 30 seconds, and if I'm Gwen, I'm very happy with this situation. I just need my team not to sell. Yeah, Wangrod has TP, and he has ulti. He has to get down there and start matching, or else Sekko is going to be able to take over the map. You see Wangrod already responding. Astros, if Astros doesn't have to commit the Spirit Rush to get out here, it's going to be huge for him, and it is. But Sekko developing this side lane is going to be really big for them, because that's the only way that you're ever going to be able to put Femboys in a bad situation right now, when their Smolder is at this point in the game. But Sekko is resetting. They're going to play around the objective instead.
I have a hot take. I feel like Sekko's strong enough to just full dive Wangrod under a turret.
Yeah.
I don't think he takes damage from a turret for the amount of healing that he has. And Wangrod does not have a Bramble Vest. There's no healing gun in his build.
No, top tier 2 is going to go down. Gwen is here. I mean, Wingrat isn't quite here yet. If this ult gets some poke, it's just not enough. It's a good amount, but it's just not enough. But you can already see SGM know that right now, before Sion gets there, it's a chance for them to try to flip the game, but Sion's now here at the fight. I think we're about to see
There's
it. We're
a
about
lot
to see
that
the
can
big
be
fight.
determined by this Baron fight.
I mean, the game. This is for the game. If SGM lose this Baron fight, the game is over. If they win it, they hold on for a little bit, and how they win it, it could be just flipped. They might be able to even win the game off of it. Astros doesn't have TP, is resetting because he's low HP.
Yeah. You've got ult open on all champions here. You're missing flash on 129's Nocturne. You're missing flash on Polar's Mundo, and that's it. Both junglers are missing flash. Potential steal implications there, but beyond that, there should be a full-on slugfest. You have to answer how do you get to Smolder, which is such a hard question to deal with. You can't group up as SGM. You're going to get slammed by Smolder's AoE. If you're Gwen, you deal so much damage. And once again, I do like that Sekko's down here in this bottom lane, because you're not going to win a full-on team fight as we get a pause.
All right, Sekko DC'd.
I think Femboys acknowledged that Sekko split pushing is their win condition and just doxed them.
True. So when you're at this point, I mean, if you still think you can win the team fight, I mean, if you think that you can just one-shot this Smolder, then you can play for trying to get control around Baron right now when you have a window. Because this is their window to get control around Baron and be able to develop a flank situation for Sekko. But, I mean, you normally see that after pauses. It's just it's a glitch.
Yeah.
There's the win con here,
angle.
I think, is Sekko in the side lane being able to exert his presence because nobody can 1v1 him. That being said, I don't also disagree with the idea of, you know what, if we think that as a team we can find an angle onto this Smolder, if we think that Moon Prince is just going to straight up fuck up, that's fine. But he has both of his sums.
Yeah. There is an angle. And once again, it kind of relies on Sekko. If Sekko finds a flank, he has Death Cap. I feel like Death Cap, Void Staff, those two items alone allow, if every stitch from his ult lands, allow him to actually just annihilate Moon Prince. But he would have to find a flank angle so that he's on there immediately.
Dude,
they probably
the last
have to
time?
use.
You.
They probably have to use the Nocturne Paranoia to create cover of darkness to help him find that angle. Like, it's not impossible, but there's so much work you'd have to put into.
The last time we saw Sekko in a fight, he had Riftmaker, Dusk and Dawn. And now he has Rabadons and Void Staff. But this is the moment of truth we were talking about right now, gamers. It's time. Let's see how it plays out. Gwen is on the side lane. She's going to be exerting a lot of presence. 129 had vision in the bush. He's going to just have to hope that he can find his way in. Rakes, he's going to give it. 129 has paranoia up. He's going to do it, but he has no vision in the pit. He's going to have to just go in. There it is. Is he going to be able to get the Baron? And no, it's going to be Polar who picks it up. And Moon Prince is still untouched. But we see Gwen. We see Gwen. TPs are coming out. Are they going to be able to get canceled? Is Wingard CP going to be able to cancel? Rakes, he's too late. But let's see what the fuck is going on down here. Well, Sekko, he might be able to get the Nexus. He's low. Is he going to be able to heal it all? No, he's going to flash. He's going to try and Q to heal over Erika, but it's not going to work. Sekko with an honorable try, but it doesn't quite work out in the end, and I think that's going to be game. 30 seconds on Astros, but there's no wave mid. It could continue.
No wave mid, and this dragon that's up would just be Femboy's third dragon. It's not exactly a guaranteed game swinger. You can't just walk up and break those ashes.
Exactly.
You need the wave.
And the next time that Sekko is in a side lane, there's no Nexus turrets that time, or if they are, they'll be weak bitch ones, right? Those things are going to get annihilated by him, and I have a feeling like it might be a little easier. I think that this next buy is probably going to be Zhonya's. When that Zhonya's comes out, it's going to be even easier. But you saw how hard it was for them to take him down, and I mean, if Sekko played that even a little better, it's possible he could have won the game right there, and you know that if he gets another chance at it, he's not going to want to make that mistake again. So, pardon me, if another split push situation somehow arises, if this Baron isn't enough to end the game, I mean, Sekko has TP up. He could actually just look for a backdoor if he really, really wanted to, if they can get some vision to support it.
Both. Astros is 3 items, 3.5 items. Like, he chunks Nexuses too if he's allowed to hit that. And that's an Ari, that's a Gwen. We just saw Gwen dance around them. Granted, Sekko did have to commit flash, and it still died, which is a bit of a shame. But if either of these champions are allowed inside your base, you're gonna have such a heck of a time trying to pin them down. Mm-hmm. But you don't want to get blinded by it, right? Because if you try to go for that that base sneak, that Nexus sneak, the old X-Peke, and you get caught and you lose Sekko and Astros, or either one, now it really is game if you're SGM. So this game is teetering on a knife's edge for both teams. The next fight probably decides it, and that next fight is probably going to be honestly, Baron and Elder are coming up at the exact same time. You couldn't ask for a more exciting situation.
And the way that it's going to play out, I think, is going to be really important, because this bottom inhib is going to guarantee SGM the push for a while. And let's be real, guys. If that push ever just crosses the threshold into Femboys' base, it's got to just be an instant Sekko TP. It doesn't matter if 3 people are in the base. You've sometimes just gotta look for it, and I feel like that's not gonna happen, because they have to peek their heads outside in order to contest this Elder or this Baron. Now, if I'm Femboys, I'm just gonna look for the Elder like every single time. You don't really need the Baron minions. You have this Smolder. You want the Elder, which means that Elder is going to be what's gonna get contested. And that is on the bottom side of the map, which means it's gonna be easier for Femboys to clear out that lane, and it's gonna be less of a threat for Sekko. And that's why I think right now you see him on the top side, because if he can manage to also get a developing situation topside, things are going to be a lot easier for him.
Yeah, and I want to point out a few other key items, breakpoints that we are hitting here. Full build on Wainrod. I'm still not 100% sure where this Leandri's tech is coming from, because it's full tank plus Leandri's, but he is full build. We are full build on Mundo. We are Seeker's Arm Guard on Rurika, which means that he's no longer a proper dive target. We are full build on...
Oh no, Gumo might be caught out right now. He's going to jump over the wall. Polar's going to land another Q. Polar is just feeling untouched. And you know why they're having this pressure right now? It's because Sekko's in the top lane right now, exerting pressure on the top side of the map. Neither objective is up for 2 minutes, which means they just have to play it. And if Sekko can get the top lane inhibitor down too, this would be absolutely massive for his team. Sekko decides that he's got to look for the fight right now. He's still going to get knocked up. And Rurika is here too. Doesn't have enough damage. Sekko's going to get jumped down. He misses the Q2. Is he going to have enough healing? He's going to pop the Zhonya's Hourglass. But here, once again, we are jumping on ashes. Is that going to be enough? Smolder isn't here at all. Sekko going to end up getting burned down and dying, but in exchange, Polar is going to get chunked down, maybe even dying, but Polar is just so tanky. And here is Rurika. Here is Moon Prince. Timbers isn't up, but dude, this Smolder is cooking SGM.
This is game.
This could be, right? It's got to be game. Smolder is so powerful, and he's got rapid fire cannon. He's just gonna be able to take over this game. It would take a miracle from Guma and Astros right now to stop it, but that miracle might have happened, and it might be in their base. Yet again, all of this pressure from Sekko, it doesn't work out, but it doesn't work out in terms of them winning the game, but the constant pressure in every lane means that there's no way for Femboys to get anything off of these plays.
Critically, though, that bottom inhibitor is respawning. Oh, but they did to get the top inhibitor, so it is still just a pretty exposed base.
It's the same, and honestly, that's really nice, because if the objective that you're gonna have to go for is Soul. Wait, it's not Elder, it's Soul. So you're gonna want to take Baron completely instead. So this is good for Femboys, but fuck, man, this game is intense. I keep messing up because this game is so intense.
And I was going over item breakpoints earlier. Forget those. We're basically full build in every way that matters. We are only missing 129's finished Kempug Chase Sword. He has the healing cut, which is really why you build that item. You are still missing one completed item on your Leona, but at this point, Rexy is doing everything that his champion wants to be able to do. It looks like everyone else... no, I'm sorry. You've got... Rurika still sporting 2 component items in that Oblivion Orb, in that Seeker's Arm Guard. There's a lot of AP to be had from finishing those 2 items, but as far as the utility that you're providing in this Annie build, you're giving all you've got. We are effectively at full build for both teams here.
This is the game right here. If Wangrod gets caught out, Sekko's gonna have to flash for this because he knows that this is going to be game if he can get it. Wangrod is getting chunked down. Wangrod flashes away, and him surviving here is going to be absolutely huge because now Sekko is getting collapsed on, and SGM aren't trying to get anything off of it. But so much damage is gonna come out from Gwen. Can Sekko turn this into a kill onto Moonprince? Moonprince's ultimate mom does not connect, but Sekko, another TP is coming on top of him. He's gonna have to jump forward, but he doesn't manage to find the extra snip onto Moonprince. That is going to be Soldo, likely, but Polar's here. Is Polar going to be able to tank enough here to delay the play? He flashes out. There's no blast going for him to get back into the pit, but he was able to delay this play. And because this play was so delayed, it means two things. They can look for a fight afterwards, or they can start to pressure Baron. Yeah, they've got supers coming from the top, and their Nexus turrets are spawning right now. Polar wants to look for the fight. Look at this. Look at this Scion ult. Guma is going to have to jump back down into the fray. 129 is ulting. He knows that he just has to start causing some mayhem. Ririka's going to get hit by that big play by Guma. Guma is dealing so much damage, but he's going to get caught by this Q. No, but the tether, and he's finally down. But on the bottom side of the map, we have Astros looking to just go for the win. Can these backs get stopped? Rakesy, do you know? Rakesy, do you know? Can you make it happen? No way. Astros is going to be hitting this. He doesn't have the Spirit Rush anymore, but he does have Flash. He's getting stunned. He thought he could dodge, but he's not going to be able to. Astros is going to go down. On the other side of the fact, they're going to go down with the big wave in SGM's base. They're going to be able to end the game. No way. Ain't no way. Hold on. Sekko, if anybody can do it, it's gonna be the Gwen. If anybody can do it, it's gonna be the Gwen. No, oh, that's done. I think put her in an awkward situation. Can Gwen get it? I think she just has no. She doesn't have a wave. You just have to go for the turret, low key twin. You just have to go for it. Oh, she's not committing to any of the plays, and it means that Sekko isn't gonna be able to do anything. And on the other side of the map, Femboys, the underdog, are gonna take game one.
What a crazy game. I feel like if you are SGM, you're going to look back on a few moments in this game and wonder what if.
I mean, absolutely. The almost winning the game on top side as Sekko there. Guma was playing it really well, but in late game, I never felt like I saw Astros really get anything done on the Ahri. Obviously, she was like able to kind of, charm some of these frontline members, but in those late game situations, when you don't have super high DPS on your team other than Gwen, I think they had to be trying to find Smolder a bit more than they were. And Smolder's just able to take over the game, but it was still close because of all that side lane pressure. But I think early on, in that mid stage of the game, Astros and 129 stopped playing super aggressively together and looking to accelerate their lead. Smolder took advantage of that time, got really, really, really strong in that game. And I think Sekko started committing to those side lane plays a little too late in the game. And so when he did finally get that big push, it was just a little too late.
Yeah, I think part of the issue was how they created their early game advantages, because they did honestly some very successful ganks onto Ririka, really shut him down from behind. But if you look at that lineup that Femboys ran, there were 2 points of attack. You could either get Sekko far ahead so that he could absolutely just destroy Rainrod in the side lane, or you can shut the Smolder down early so that they don't have a comp. They don't have a late game. By focusing the mid lane, I don't feel like they truly expanded on SGM's strength, nor did they shut down Femboy's strength. And Ririka made great adaptations in his build, in my opinion, that allowed him to mitigate that gold deficit that was created and still had him be a large impact in their fighting moving forward. But here we are getting into draft 2.
Yep, and I would not be surprised if both teams go with the exact same bans. Mythos still want that red side. They still feel like that's better. They're going to ban, and both teams are going to have the exact same bans. But Femboys last time first picked a Smolder, and that's what really won them the game. But now we got to see how deep that AD pool goes. Mel is gone, Kate is gone, and Smolder's off the table. Ash is banned as well. Ezreal's off. What are you going to go? Normally, the kind of traditional thing here is you just pick Varus, right? Champ can do fucking anything. Probably going lethality, but you really have the option for on hit if you have to and you have the space. But normally, if you first pick Varus, you're not ever going to get the space for on hit.
I don't know if this is in that.
Jack's
okay,
that.
Yep. I don't know if this is in Moon Knight's wheelhouse, but I feel like with the change to static Shiv, Kaisa is in a really good place as well. That is a champion that also does a lot. Obviously, the range becomes a bit of a problem. But if you draft a comp that allows her to fight, I think that is a very good early pick. But we see Pantheon in response. Looks like AD carries are going to be held back a little bit as these two teams fill each other out.
Yeah.
Pantheon also a flex pick.
Yeah, that Corki technically is, but he's definitely heading down bot. But that Pantheon really could go anywhere, but it will, I think, end up going jungle. Especially now that we see the Corki. But after this Pantheon, the engaged sports are going to start getting thinner and thinner, especially if Femboys end up going something like a Thresh, which I would not be super surprised if they ended up picking up. But instead, it's going to be the Nami, maybe a little Lucian Nami action, or Lucian or Brand Nami. We've seen Brand Nami be a really picked thing into Corki because it can just completely take him out of the lane. We also know Femboys like, and we know Femboys like, yep. Yeah. So Brand Nami would not be the craziest thing here, especially after you've already picked up a Jax as a flex. To cover some of your other positions across the game. The fact that it's taking them kind of a while to get there, I think means that they're thinking about, hey, are we going to end up going with the Lucian or are we going to go with the Brand? Either way, you kind of got to pick your AD. You could still pick the Varus. I don't hate that either. Boom, I'm the smartest man alive.
Nami is a denial pick as well. Like, Corki Nami is notoriously a very strong bottom lane. I just think they want to give that over. And I think there was probably some questions, not only about the AD they wanted to pick, but whether or not they really want to let their mid go to second round bans. I would not be surprised to see 2 mid lane bans come out of Mythos here. Rakan. I don't know how much I like that. It's good. It's good for comp. It's good engage. I feel like Corki, Rakan into Varus Nami is going to struggle a little bit in the isolated 2v2. And we do not see mid lane bans coming out. We are seeing a Sejuani ban targeting the jungle. I don't mind this either because you lack definitive engage. You know, you've got Jax jumping in stun, Nami ult, and Varus ult. But these are...
Sorry, Jax is like the big reason. Jax Sejuani is like a super strong top 2v2.
Yeah. And we see Talia coming out as Femboys decides that they want to start throwing out these mid lane bans. Even with Rurika's great adaptations on that, Annie, it is safe to say that Astro still got the better of him, so I don't mind them trying to set him up for a better pick. Femboys will have to blind one of their solo laners. We're going to figure out in a moment once Mythos picks their solo laner here, top or mid. I would like to see them pick their mid lane, though. That way they can still keep that Pantheon flexed. If they pick their top laner, the flex is answered. And I think a lot of the strength that this champion is bringing to their draft gets sort of dispelled a little bit.
I like the Victor ban.
Comes out.
Yeah, I like the Victor ban. Victor would have been nice here. Also makes Jax's life harder, but it's also one of the champs who's able to interact even with Varus's range. Or Nami's range, and would be able to pair pretty well with what Mythos are already showing. Plus, Astros is just the kind of player who's like a good Victor player. But instead, it's going to be the Rise. That very likely could match the Jax, but it also could be like another flex pick. I'm a big Rise fan. I don't know how I feel about it into like the Varus Nami. But we're gonna have to see what the actual matchup looks like. Vhagar would be pretty solid here. They've got a lot of poke with Corki, but Rakan, Rise, Pantheon are pretty short range, and Vhagar would be able to maintain a lot of control and allow his Varus to continue to poke throughout the fight. So I don't hate the Vhagar pick at all. In fact, I like it quite a bit. But instead, they're just going to go with kind of a traditional matchup into the Rise TF, somebody who can, maintain the lane, follow him around the map, even Twisted Fate has the first move compared to Rise around the map. So it's also able to help against the Pantheon semi-global. Twisted Fate should be able to help match that and relieve some of the pressure.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all because of the Rise Pantheon duo. You have to believe that Mythos knows how to use these globals, and if you truly have no answer for it, you give the full control of the early to mid game over to Mythos with these global movements. Volibear, solid jungler or top laner, still a flex. So both teams are flexing their top jungle in an interesting way. And now if you are Mythos, even with this counter pick, you're asking yourself, all right, what's a top laner that fits into our comp and can play into Jax and Volibear? I think this draft that Femboys has created is solid. but I'm curious to see where Mythos wraps it up. And it is Ambessa, which is also a top jungle flex. So now both teams gets to see what they've drafted, and they'll decide where they really want these matchups.
It should be an Ambessa top into the Jax, and the Jax top with Volibear jungle. So it should be Volibear Pantheon jungle, Jax Ambessa top lane is what I expect. That's what makes sense most for both teams here. But Ambessa, one of the champs that's, I mean, after the nerf, for those who don't know, she got nerfed in a way that not a lot of champs have like ever been nerfed. Numbers, a lot of times damage numbers, slows numbers, stun, stuff like that is gotten nerfed. But the duration that Ambessa's ult takes before it hits somebody got nerfed. It went from, I want to say, from 0.5 to 0.65, which might not sound like a lot. It's just 0.15 seconds. But if you ever played against an Ambessa, you know that you always feel like you were just one microsecond away from being able to correctly dodge it. So now it's not really a big team fight starter, but it's a good, way for her to get in if someone's already been CC'd. And she does have Pantheon and Rakan there to do that. That being said, Mythos have a very kind of traditional, like 1-3-1 comp, to be honest with you, being able to play with Ryze and Ambessa in side lanes. And on the other side, Femboys, they had some semi-globals too, but I think they're going to want to play around this Varus and this Jax a lot more, and probably just like 1-4 across the map. But that's in the late game. Both these teams are playing comps that I believe are very, very different from last time.
Yeah. Just from a spectator point of view, something I'm excited to see is you've got 4 damage dealers and a support on both teams. These should be very explosive fights. Obviously, Jax and Volibear on the side of Femboys have tankier options, as does Pantheon, but there is no dedicated full tank on either of these teams. First target is going to be such a strong way for both teams to fight. 1 Rise Binding, 1 Grand Entrix from Rakan, 1 Corruption from Varus, 1 Nami Bubble. There are so many ways to just hit 1 target and destroy them. And I think vision control and first to objectives is going to be very, very important for these teams, because if you get caught, you're gone.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do have the draft finally locked in here. We got about 4 minutes until we get into game. So everybody, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, gang, we're back. Get locked.
Right in time for game start, too.
I don't fuck around, bro.
All right, taking quick stock of some keystones. Nothing too unusual. We are seeing. I'm drawing a blank on the Phase Rush replacement rune on
Storm
Rise.
Raider Surge.
Thank you, Storm Raider Surge. Obviously, that is where he's going to go. We do see Summoner Spellbook on Ririka's Twist of Fate, though. No Comet, which I think would typically be the other alternative. So maybe we'll see some Smite Steals coming out of him. We see Comet on Moon Prince, and I think it's safe to say typically with Comet that you want to go lethality, which I am a fan of considering that there is no dedicated tank nor a dedicated healer on SGM's side. But we'll see exactly how well everything plays out as we start to get into the lane.
Sigh.
Sigh. You're hoping for something spicier?
Maybe we'll see. We got I like the laning. Both top laners just go in their laning runes. I'm interested to see how this Ambessa I think develops over the course of the game. I'm a big Jax fan. But I know Sekko kind of got that shit on. But last game, Wangrod was able to kind of take more of a back seat. I think he played really well on the Scion. But he was able to take more of a backseat, but now on the Jax, he's going to have to do something a little more. Same as last game, Rexy is going to look for that level 2 prio, and I wonder if at some point, Femboys are going to start to understand that they're just going to do the exact same shit every game, where they look for level 2 and then, look for the engage on the level 2.
Hey man, I see pro players disrespect level 2.
For real. Sekko has level 2, which puts him in a pretty good spot for trading, but 3 is a bigger number, and Wangrod ends up getting the best of that one. Let's take quick stock of the junglers. Both of them are clearing towards top side. Now, Volibear level 4 is a fucking menace. That guy will run down anybody and everybody. So I'm interested to see how the other lanes and how strong and or weak they are is going to influence who gets this top scuttle and what this Pantheon or Volibear are going to end up looking to do. Because, I know also Pantheons typically like boxing it out early. Ooh, Moonprince gets caught this time. Moonprince has Flash and Barrier, though, so he'll be fine.
Yeah. I do want to say these are some really good grand entrances from Rexy. You said at the start of this cast that you thought he might be the best support in the league. He is certainly making a case for it in this series. I think even in that loss in game 1, you certainly can't point to Rexy and say he was a weakness. He had some incredible roams, incredible laning, and he is looking to apply that pressure. As we see both junglers walk up to this slugfest and direct camp takes us away from it.
Yeah, there's fights happening everywhere. 129, though, is the one who's getting caught out. He's going to have to flash out Wangrod. Flashes for the auto. Is red buff going to be enough to burn him down? It's not. Flash for flash. And, it wasn't the cleanest thing in the world. But at the end of that trade, you look, and Pantheon traded his flash for Jax's. Sekko kept his. A lot of times, that's kind of what you're hoping for the Pantheon gank, is you get rid of the solo laner's first flash, and then the next time you come up, you're going to be able to abuse him. That being said, 129 is going to have to, he'll be a little behind on that first item purchase, and he'll have to go down to the bottom scuttle. But, not really that bad up in the top lane.
Yeah, overall, it's pretty even trade in summoners. Both junglers had already full cleared. It does not look like 129 is going to get double scuttled for that early back. So nothing really changes. Just both teams looking for blood.
Wangrod has very firm control of the wave up here. Sekko also knew that the jungler was there the entire time, so he's in an awkward spot. Sekko's level 5, so he feels okay to come up here and match Wangrod. He's got to get the first jump. If this second E hits, Sekko might be in trouble, but he's able to dodge out of it, and he's got that, Warhound step or whatever it's called to be able to just get a little bit more mobility. And even though they're both the same HP, Wangrod being a mana-based champion and being really low on mana is going to make it a little hard for him up there. But down here on the bottom side, you can see the power of Varus in this laning phase already starting to come through.
These junglers have to be salivating looking at top lane right now. One of the things I wanted to point out about the change on this patch, as these top laners just really are pushing their limits. I expect
Sekko has to.
Back here.
He has to. He had to trade a lot of his HP there in order to make sure that his wave got in, because otherwise it would have been fucked. So he's finally going to be able to get his back. Wangrod with the Dark Seal and with the Doran's Helm or Helmet or whatever it's called now. some interesting choices. He might go AP. We've seen some interesting builds here from him. Now Ashes doesn't have flash anymore, but someone else can show up down here, and it's Ririka. Ashes is going to be okay. Rakesy went a little bit too far. Ririka with the gold card, going to lock down Guma and connect with the first blood. Rakesy as well is going to go down. Moon Prince, 2 kills in the lead again. Femboys spot lane is showing up tonight.
Yeah, and there's some great moments from their bot lane. Obviously, Moon Prince heads up display of his skill, being able to land both those Qs. Great double bubble from Ashes. If he had not landed that, none of that happens. But great communication, great roam from Ririka. He had to just hit 6. And he had to have been moving the second he hit 6 for him to get there in time for that. And this is looking dicey for Secco. Volibear is a notoriously strong diver, but we've got Rixie in the top lane.
Volibear's in an awful situation here. Ashes is way too slow. Polar's going to have to flash. Watch the bubble. Secco used the ult there for part of that trade. Polar had to flash out in the end. Rixie, you know, I don't even want to say he had the first move because it was so deep in SGM's jungle that it's not like Ashes would have gotten there anyway. But Secco getting low. Wainrod going to take a turret shot.
Oh.
Ashes, I think, was just trying to give Wainrod
Secco, you gotta. You are playing with fire.
He is. This top lane seems to be the name of the game this match. Despite that, though, I mean, SGM in the bot lane, Guma, he played fantastically last game, but Moon Prince just had a little bit more support of the team around him. And this time, Lethality Varus in the laning phase. It's gonna kind of. Ooh, he's just taking Guma for a ride. Guma staying here is such crazy ego. Any ability or even like an auto attack from Moon Prince is going to kill Guma. But you know why he's doing it? It's because here comes 129, but 129 went way too deep. And just an E or an auto from Moon Prince, and that's exactly what you're going to see. It's going to be enough. 129, not Eing quite yet. I think he used it for the move speed earlier. And is 129 going to be able to take down Moon Prince? Moon Prince is going to get both!
LOLMidwest, we have a problem. It's a fed Moon Prince.
Again! And the lethality from Moon Prince is going to be huge this game because the Varus ult's going to be very effective. Hold on, did Wainrod go too far in? We're about to see with this auto attack if it kills Secco. It didn't! And Secco gets the kill under his own tower. Wainrod was just getting a little too big for his britches.
These teams need to be reminded what a turret is. Both of them just don't want to play through it. I think it's a much more interesting dynamic this game than the early kills that Moon Prince got on Smolder from game 1. Because it was Smolder. We talked about it. You don't want to see Smolder get early kills, but it's not like he runs away with the game. All those early kills on Smolder do is put a timer on SGM's win con. It gets Femboys a little closer to that late game Smolder. This is a lethality Varus into a very squishy comp with 4 kills, not 2, at the 8-minute mark. Femboys have already built 2,000 gold lead, and I'm willing to bet that it's pretty much all on Moon Prince. They 1,500 of it, is on Moon Prince,
and the rest is a fraudulent Twisted Fate lead.
Yeah. So on one hand, you don't have like this really guaranteed I win late game button with a lethality Varus, but you have a lot more control over how you get there because he's strong now. He's going to finish that first item very quickly. You've already secured this first dragon as Femboys, which by all rights you should. And I do like
with Polar ult and TF. Hold on, this is super diveable. Guma already using the cleanse. He's going to dodge that Q, but with Polar ult, it's just going to be an assured dive. Guma getting rooted up, and he's going to go down. How long can this one go, though? Astros is on the follow. Ashes is getting chunked out now. Rakesy trying to go around the edge. Ashes having to flash out. Rakesy gets stunned up. Astros follows. Is it going to be enough damage on Ashes? No! She's going to live. Rakesy has to grand entrance to get grand out of there, and now Astros is going to end up dying. He's unable to find a way using that blast cone. Moon Prince going to pick up another kill. He's now 5-1.
And we talked about the specific pick in the draft. We said if you're going to run double semi-globals on the side of SGM, you kind of need the Twisted Fate to be able to answer it. But it's starting to look like it's the other way around. You're going to need your double semi-globals to answer this Twisted Fate because Ririka is basically running this map, says, all right, I'm having some difficulty laning against Astros. I'm just not going to lane against him. I'm going to lane against everyone else.
Yeah, I don't know what 129 thought he was doing there. Astros was off, Matt. Like,
Yeah.
it was not his turn to make that play. I think maybe he's just getting a little bit antsy from the last two games. Last game, I mean, best of fives are always exhausting, but a game one like that is going to start taking its toll pretty quickly. Seko,
Yeah.
maybe bit off more than he could chew here. Don't know if he expected the Ashes room. He's going to go in. That has to have been a misclick on the drink out step. And now he's feeling himself too much. He tried to use the ult out of a desperation play, but now he's down an ult and he down 300 gold in the matchup.
And this is, I really like to see this from Femboys. And in all honesty, I think it's a strong improvement from a lot of what they showed in the regular season, because that is their bottom lane strength spreading to top lane. You've now created a situation where Moonprince is strong enough to be in this 1v2 by himself, so you can make that roam as Ashes and take your one lane that was not already snowballing and get it ahead. Although it looks like he may have overstayed his welcome.
Nice find there. Seko does not have the ult to follow him this time, so 129 might just have to take it. Wangrod, though, is going to be able to flash out and survive because 129 missed the execute Q.
Yeah, I mean, you can say he missed it. You can say Wangrod sidestepped it. Either way, it needed to land. And you're in a scary place as SGM. I think SGM does have, on paper, the better late game conk. Corki deals more damage than Varus. Ryze deals more damage than Twisted Fate. But that's just comparing them in a 1v1. You have a strong late game if you are Femboys. Jax in the late game can 1v1 just about any of the champions that are here. Varus has the longest range in this game. Twisted Fate poke is nothing to nothing to
Scoff at.
Thank you.
Real quick, Cyanic Acid. We've got maybe another dive here. We saw it happen once in TBH. It can happen again. You see Ryze and Pantheon already coming up, and instead, we might coin flip this game over a blue buff. I wouldn't hate that. Nice ward. Lets us see where Polar is. Polar's going to probably use that ult right here, but how soon is it going to be? Varus on the other side of the fight. He's going to use a lot. That's already Varus ult, but he was able to get so much damage off of that amped up Q, and now he's just looking for more, and Astros is going to manage to get his way out, but a TF ult here. Is he going to do it? Oh, come on, man. You know you want to. He's just going to use it to get back to mid lane instead. Now it's Guma who's 0-4.
Yeah. I think that SGM should thank their lucky stars that all they lost was XC there. I even think they played it well. I think Moonprince is too strong. And it's such a painful situation to be in. Because I was bringing up SGM's late game, their damage as champions, because realistically, your best bet is to try to slow this game down and get to that late game, but you have so much agency as Femboys.
Hold on, Wangrod now getting caught out on the top side because of 129. I don't know if I love Senko going back in. He, I guess, was just there to make sure it happened, but that was really, really sketchy.
And that is your other avenue in. And I do like to see that SGM found one, which is you have two semi-global ults. You can catch Femboys out of position. Rurika did not have the ult to answer this time, and they were able to get a great kill there. You're going to need to do that a few more times to catch up. In a perfect world, you're going to be able to do that to either Rurika or Moon Knight. Rurika with the larger bounty, but do that a few more times and you'll find yourself right back in the driver's seat. But to be fair, you are still behind 4,000 gold at 13 minutes, which is not a fun position to be in.
No, it is not a fun position to be in at all.
Yep. And here's the second dragon up, as first turret is potentially at risk of falling here. You're zoning off the bottom lane. This dragon has to be Femboys. Yep, they're getting it started up. I don't see SGM even considering contesting this.
Yeah, and real quick, a lot of the scaling options that SGM do have, yeah, you can say champs like outscale, but at what point does, this gold lead, at what point does their gold really become more effective than the gold lead? It's going to take a long-ass time. We're 15 minutes into the game. Astros is broke as fuck. He does not have his Rod of Ages ticking already. He just has a tier sitting there, which, eventually he'll scale up. But Rod of Ages tier item, that's not the power spike. Power spike comes even after that, after a whole-ass Rabadon's death cap or similar big AP item. So Astros is at least 10 minutes away, if not like 15, from being relevant in this game. Seko has not proven himself in this side lane matchup in the slightest. 129 has not been able to have anything happen across the map. Guma's 0-4 and he is not even able to think about his Trinity Force coming through yet. And we haven't seen a lot of plays across the map from Rexy quite yet. They just haven't panned out the way that he's wanted them to. You see him now here to help cover this potential dive. And he's going to see Volibear and help kind of stop that play from ever happening.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to get too far into detail about it after the draft, but I do actually favor Femboys draft here because they have a few more options on how they want to play the game. SGM's draft is very heavily reliant on this Rise and Pantheon to make something happen. Because if you look at what SGM's draft needs to accomplish outside...
If they can find Moonprints here, hold on. If they can find Moonprints right here, this is going to be their turning point of the game. They're giving up complete control on the top side of the map in exchange for it. There's no way Moonprints is able to find his way out. Rexy no longer has the quickness, but he's going to get his Grand Entrance back in just a second. 129 as well is also using the Grand Starfall to try to find a way. What is the TP? Seko uses TP in order to escape, and Moonprince is going to go down, and the money's going to go into Guma's pocket. That is something you want to see. They're starting to get their movement back. Ririka used his ult in the end to end up going back mid lane. Astros, did not do something dissimilar. And Seko managed to live on the other side of the map. Good gold influx. They're still down a lot of gold, and they had to give up Rift Herald for it, but that's how a comeback begins.
And they got the goal in the right place.
Unfortunately, I do not know if he knew the Polar was right there. Seko maybe just feeling himself a little bit too much. And now Polar going to use his ultimate to shut down the turret. Seko should be dead, especially after that second bite. I don't even know if he needed it. And Seko was just looking for too much. Astros is up there too. I don't know exactly what the fuck my man Rise is doing. It's questionable. Ashes is going to get chunked down. 129 is going to have an empowered W here if he even needs it. Rexy jumps out. Now Ashes under this 129. Just walk up, man. Just walk up, man. Just press W, man. Please, I'm begging you, man. Just press W. And yeah, the rest, it'll be fine. I don't know if you should have taken that kill with the autos after, but it's all good. That being said, was that play on bot? It took a long time, and they're about to be punished for that play on bot taking a long-ass time. Moonprince it's going to be a while for Moonprince to get here, but, dude, Wangrod is already here, and he's got that big-ass top laner shield. Kuma's going to die in one rotation. No, he's going to go down. 129 as well is going to get locked down. He's going to end up dying as well. He's going to try and get something back out of it. Maybe a little bit of move speed with a Z. He's going to commit the flash, but Wangrod follows, and a positive play suddenly turns even in a game that they're already losing.
Yeah, this is, it's kind of wild. I feel like both teams are disrespecting their globals. Although, to be fair, that was a crazy teleport from Wangrod. Who expects at 17 minutes Femboys to have a ward that deep behind them? Mm-hmm. And now we've got Polar trying to take some things in the jungle, push this advantage. You've got Wangrod here.
This is going to be the second time in a row he takes this blue buff. That Nami ult doesn't end up hitting Astros, but Astros is about to get stunned up for way too long, and he goes down. Ash is the one with that kill credit. But when you're this far ahead, you don't give a fuck who gets the kill. 129 is going to be starved out of even more gold, and Polar is going to get even stronger. And when your team that already is super far behind, and already because you're so far behind, does not really deal that much damage, especially DPS, a fed Volibear is one of your worst nightmares.
Yeah. We don't even have time to be talking about objectives. We're losing inner turrets and
Polar with a complete flank, and it's just going to work out. Now a red card that's going to have to be cleansed by Guma. An ult, in goes Seko, but Seko has to find his way right back out. Guma, just tickling 1 HP right now. Oh, while all this is happening, Wangrod is asserting his presence on the bottom lane. And, dude, Femboys are going to get completely out as they are. I mean, it's looking more and more like a 2-0 start for them.
This is a, if this was a solo queue game, I'm sorry to say it, but this would be a go next angle for SGM. You're down 7k gold at 19 minutes. If you're unfamiliar with this concept, the later the game goes, the less the gold lead matters. 7k at 19 minutes is massive. This is the break point where, for Femboys to lose, they have to mess up. It is no longer in SGM's capability to create a win without Femboys messing it up, basically. Even if they use
gold card's gonna seal his fade. Yeah. Astro's flash, but he flashed too late. The E-slow meant that he was just not able to get far enough away. He had to flash a little bit earlier if he was gonna do it.
even if you use immaculate macro with your globals, you're now at a point where you can't just try to 2v1 someone. You actually probably don't have the gold to get those kills, and you're still stuck using your globals trying to run and fail. It is a little doomed. I mean, yeah, you got Sekko finally getting this outer turret up in the top lane, but at the expense of third dragon at 19 minutes, you're potentially looking at a 24-minute soul, and I don't see any world where SGM can contest that. They're going to have to pray for a Grand Skyfall Hail Mary steal, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, it's possible, but you got to kind of wonder, in a situation this far down, how do you get back? You have to look at that 1 in 100 game where you end up winning this, and you have to do what that game requires. And I think it's going to be Femboys have to be out of position, and you have to be in position to punish that fuck up. But with complete control, Femboys was in complete control of the jungle. Moonprince is old. I don't know exactly where he went, but he got completely chunked. He's going to get knocked up. If Moonprince doesn't die here, though, he's going to be able to survive. Sekko is trying to find his way in, but Moonprince is just enough HP. He ends up going down by the end of the fight, but now Polar is in the back. He's got 2, and he's got a big shield. He's going to try and extend this fight. Where is TF going to go? TF now is on top of 129, who almost made something happen to the back line. Much needed gold in the pockets of SGM, but Femboys are just getting more ahead.
It's 2 for 3. I almost want to say you take those if you're SGM. You're not thrilled about it. You were really hoping to kill Moon Knight far sooner than that. But unfortunately, it's what we were talking about. The gold lead is a problem. You should kill Moon Knight far sooner than that. They played it perfectly. They just didn't have the gold to kill him. That's all that was. And when you talk about the 100 chance to win, for me, the way they really need to play that, obviously they want to slow this game down. Femboys is running over them on the map. You do have really good wave clear with your Corki, with your Rise. I think you want to try to do your best to slow these waves down, wave clear them out. But the problem is, if you do that, Femboys are just going to do this. Show up to objectives, take Baron, take that soul, which is on the table in 3 minutes, and you can't team fight them. You just can't, because you're walking into just ridiculous 3 items at 22 minutes Varus poke. And I don't see how you can approach this team, honestly.
Yeah, and you're
gonna eat a Varus ult. You're gonna eat a gold card. You're gonna eat a Nami ult. You don't have the stats to walk into it. You are praying for 129 to find an angle in here. And you see Femboys checking their boxes. I don't like that they fully walked away from this. I feel like they really could have farmed kills. I don't know if the Baron was really on the table, but
they got a lot.
Engage was.
They got a lot there. They got Sekko's TP, and I think that was super valuable. They also got a lot of, they forced SGM to kind of just leave and be in a bad spot. Drop some gold on Sidewave. So I overall like that from Femboys. But the longer this game goes, it is at 22 minutes, and, if Femboys don't get this next dragon, if they end up, keep trying to pull SGM around the map and don't end up going with a decisive play, it could turn into an issue. I don't think it will be. But, this is kind of the point where where SGM needs to start turning the game around. And shout out chat, can we get objective timers, please? They are up at the top left and top right.
A minute and a half on the 4th dragon.
Ooh, Rika
is live.
Rika is in trouble. Also, though, another good question earlier from Barbecue. Ooh, hold on. Rakesy's going to try and get out here. He's just going to have to quickness in order to try and shove off Rika. Nice E from him. It's going to mean he survives. Is Polar going to hard commit? He is. Rakesy heals, but now Polar is deep, and Guma doesn't quite have the damage to really take him down yet. But over here, Ashes, what the fuck? What is Ashes doing there? Oh, it might just be enough, though. Has to use the flash. At 129, full committing.
129's dead for this.
He most definitely is. Prince has the ult. Is he going to have to commit it? Polar's here. 129 uses the E to survive. He doesn't have flash anymore. The ult connects on Guma, who has to cleanse it. That Q not landing on Guma is big, but guess what does land? Guma doesn't flash far enough, and Wangrod is able to cause complete chaos in the back line. Huge flank by Wangrod. Guma with a flash that was just a little too short. Now Astra is trying to take down Wangrod on one side of the fight. Wangrod is going to end up going down. Sekko does as well. SGM are finding these smaller trades, and as long as those smaller trades are putting Femboys in a spot where they don't feel like they can just walk to Baron or anything.
Oh.
It's gonna feel good. Astro's really low from that. That was, I believe, through the Seraph's Shield, maybe? No, probably not. But yeah, that was a lot. Now, Hextech Soul, which is just gonna make them even stronger, is coming up. It's gonna be completely uncontested. There's, unless 129 literally just, he might be. Does he think he can? Is he coin flipping the whole game right now?
You have to.
They're TPing. They're at least looking for the fight afterwards, I think. This TP shows that. Or they're just going to look for Baron? I don't know exactly what the plan here is. Wangrod is down, but he has TP. Wangrod has TP, so it's not like he can really be looking for anything. There's the TP behind them. Rirka has the gold card. Astros has to flash it early. He's going to take the Hex Gate in order to get out. He does escape successfully, but a stun from Wangrod. Guma takes a shit ton of damage, and Ririka is up on Astros. Astros gets taken down. It's already a 4v5 in an awkward choke point. Guma is completely out of position. He wasn't able to get a single auto off that entire fight.
It's over.
Rakesey's going to die, and the entirety of SGM just fall apart as Femboys. They are looking at a 2-0 start to this series.
Yeah. I would love to say here's how SGM gets back into this. So if you're down 10K, you're down Soul, you're about to be down Baron, which is going to blow another 1.5K into Femboys' coffers. And in 5 minutes, you're probably going to be down Elder, if the game even goes that long. And I don't think it should with Baron. I think we're going to see this close out in the next 2 minutes.
I don't know if they're going to be able to close out here on Baron. I think Rise is starting to get pretty strong, and his wave clear is going to be pretty good. But, I mean, with Volibear and with the post,
he does have Actualizer.
He does have the Rise item. So, but because Volibear, his pressure on turrets, also Moonprince is still dealing a shit ton of damage with his chunks. But, I mean, something I want to talk about real quick that Barbecue brought up earlier is in chat. Shout out chat. Please type in chat. We love it when you type in chat. Yeah, right now, Moonprince is not the KDA that, he's not the craziest KDA on his team. But that is because he got an early lead so powerful that everybody else on his team was able to get to the point that they are. He made this game unplayable for SGM. He is the reason his team is in this position right now. And he's not the main AD for this team. So if you're Femboys, you might also start asking yourself, just how good is Moonprince? Are we starting this guy moving forward? If you manage to clean 3-0 sweep SGM, one of the top 3 seeded teams in this tournament going into playoffs.
And something I wanted to point out as an aside is that everyone knows that God, names are escaping me today.
Ririka's able to get out. This is insane. Ririka just delayed Rakesey and Sekko's back for like 30 seconds straight, and then Sekko, I believe, used the ult, and so he was in Rakesey as well, and so he was like, "Oh, I can just TP out now," and he TP'd out. That was fun. In fact, we're gonna watch that live on the stream. That's what we're gonna fucking do.
Absolutely.
So here we go. TF ults at first, but he just gets out. Then he comes back here. He doesn't have vision on them, but he knows they're sitting there. He Qs, stops their back. Missed ult from Sekko. Then Rakesey ults to try to stop him, but as soon as both of those are used, Ririka knows they have no CC, and he just normally TPs to escape. Fucking crazy work, bro.
Absolutely. And their reward is 2 inhibitors. Oh. I was about to say, he can't do it a second time, but he doesn't need to. Sekko's the one hoping that he could get out, but I don't think it's happening.
Oh, Moonprince is the main one because of all the name changes? That's my bad. I didn't know about the name changes. Moonprince is their starting AD. Thank you, chat. I guess the name changes fucked me up. You should not be typing in chat, though, bro. A little bit of a spoiler. As I have a feeling like this game is going to end pretty soon. As we've got Astros on side, just trying to make sure bot lane is shoved out. He's going to end up getting back to his team. Sekko is going to be down for the next 20 seconds, and this base defense is going to be that much harder. Bot lane Nexus turret is just absolutely eviscerated. Right now is when you have to make a stand if you're SGM, but it's just not that easy. Nami ult on top of all of this. Everyone's knocked up, and they're all put down for now. All 5 members of SGM are down, and that is an ace.
And I wanna give full props to Femboys because we I mean, we've talked a lot about how strong Moonprince got, but let's not forget those first 2 kills. That first advantage was built off of an almost instant level 6 Twisted Fate roam by Ririka. The second 2 kills, in all honesty, was probably a bit of a disrespect by SGM's bottom lane against the strength that Moonprince had created. They put 4 kills on him, and then they moved that advantage around the map so well. It is a true skill as a 5-man team, which is what you want to see in these competitive environments, to take an advantage and turn it into a game. And that is what Femboys did. They almost never gave Mythos a chance. Mythos absolutely threw some haymakers, punched back, got some good fights, but they never had an all-out win. They never diminished the gold lead that Femboys was building. And at the end of the day, it was clean.
Yeah. I don't know if we'll actually see what side Sun Gaming end up deciding to go. I know in chat they said blue, but Rexy also said he lied. So actually that's just Rexy saying he lied, and it's going to take an extra second. So it looks like SGM, they're flipping things over. They want blue side now, which the later the draft goes, I guess they have a power pick that they want to either look for or change up their bans a little bit to force Femboys to maybe ban or take a trade on this power pick. So I'm interested to see what the early stages of Stud Gaming's draft is going to look like.
Agreed. And at this point, as the draft starts to develop, I want to ask you, Leche, we consider Femboys the underdog coming into this. I don't think them taking one game was too crazy, especially with how back and forth that first game was. The second game was just an absolute stomp. So now with Femboys up 2-0 and looking more dominant with each game, do you think Femboys are overperforming, or do you think Mythos is underperforming?
I want to say that Moonprince is overperforming. Moonprince did not look this good in the regular split. And in fairness, like Smolder and Varus are not the most like mechanically intense ADs, especially Lethality Varus, right? But Moonprince is playing absolutely out of their mind so far tonight. But I also think Mythos, I mean, we've seen Rexy make some great plays across the map, and we saw a really good game 1 from Guma, but I feel like the Ari game 1 was, it got a lead early, but it never turned that into anything. I feel like 129 in that second game didn't do a lot. It just felt like kind of no cylinders were firing in game 2.
We are seeing some slightly different bans for once. It looks like Mythos is banning the same champion. No. Did the Nautilus? I thought the Nautilus was unbanned in previous games. I could be wrong.
No. It was banned. It's been the same bans both games. Maybe the Nautilus swapped, but
this always makes me nervous when
Mythos decided to go blue, so they have a first pick here.
Yeah, it always makes me nervous when you decide to go first pick and you take a long time to get your first pick, because hopefully you have something planned.
Hold on, we're back to normal, man. This is, I don't know why Yunara the character isn't showing up. I'm gonna real quick. Nobody sees this. Oh, Yunara just isn't loading for some reason. Okay, so Yunara, I mean, we saw this through the whole early split, so Mythos maybe I just wanted to take things back to there, where you go Yunara, and then Femboys have an option to, match it with some laning AD, like, they might go Misfortune. Aphelios. I have not seen that yet in this league. I like it. It scales like the Yunara does, and it lets you steal the Lulu, because what you're doing with the Yunara is you're saying, hey, you pick the Lulu, or you give it to us, and you pick, because a lot of times the response to a Lulu is like Nami, or it's what's that? It's like Nami or like Seraphine or something. But I love this. I love the Aphelios Lulu in response. Now Yunara, because normally here then Yunara would pick like the Karma against the Lulu, because you say, oh, we're gonna outlane you, right? Especially when it's like Aphelios Lulu. But instead, because they don't have the Karma, they have to go the other way, the other side of the Lulu counter, which is, well, I'm gonna outscale you even harder than I already was, and that's Sona.
We don't see, correct me if I'm wrong, because I have not seen every Baron League game, but I feel like Sona is a support that's sort of sleeping right now. We don't see a ton of her, but the support item changes that came at the top of the season with the the support tier item, especially, makes Sona so much better. Because her problem before was that you couldn't spam spells, which is really the only way you can play Sona. But now you can, absolutely. And I think the only reason you don't see her too much is because the playstyle itself is a little boring, but certainly effective. We are seeing Cassante Kennen as what are almost certainly both top laners.
We're in the LCK, dude.
True.
This is literally exactly what I would see in the LCK. For a long time.
I mean, Guma is playing.
That's true. Guma is playing. Love the Kennen, a Kennen flank. That is one of the CCs that Yunara cannot dash out of. So I like that a lot. Xin Zhao ban from Femboys, that makes sense. Mythos are probably going to be looking for a mid jungle that can play this early game. Right now, both teams have strong late game team fighting and a defined weak side here with the Cassante, which means that the jungle mid from Mythos needs to be something that is able to be that early game engine that can keep them in it and give them chances to, box against Femboys. And with Xin Zhao, Jarvan, and Wukong banned, how many more AD fighters are there? Sejuani banned as well. They don't want Femboys just be able to pick one of their just more, pick champs. And game 3, if we already see this Fiddlesticks, that would be wild. And the Kennen, I feel like you already have enough AoE, like AP flanking circles. I don't know if this is my favorite Fiddlesticks angle, but it's not going to be. Instead, it's going to be Rengar? No way. Ain't no way. Kindred, that makes a lot more sense-ish if they go dive, but you don't know that yet. Okay.
I feel like Zac was a necessary evil here.
I like the Zac. All the engage champs are gone. Yeah, you're going more into your late game team fighting, which means Mythos. I mean, they need to pick. I feel like I don't even know. Is Vi open? Oh,
Vi is open.
They could go Vi. Graves instead. What are you going mid here? You have to go like a Syndra. I think Syndra would be really good here. It would be able to push away the Kennen, push away the Zac. It's one of the few people that can interact with like a Philios and find him. But I don't know.
I think Syndra's good. I don't dislike Malzahar here either.
I do.
You do?
I do. He's only really able to lock down one person, and if a Kennen flanks you, it's like
need to lock down one person.
No, there's a Kennen flank. Zac is jumping on your back line. LeBlanc.
It's LeBlanc.
I don't know about the LeBlanc. LeBlanc, especially blind. I feel like I guess what did you think the Syndra was going to be a response to? The LeBlanc needs to be able to be on side and needs to be able to kind of push and threaten people on side on her own and feel safe. She also needs to be able to, one-shot people in team fights with flanks. I don't know if she's ever going to get a chance to one-shot anybody in a fight on a flank against or this. She's looking to one-shot this Aphelios, right? I don't know if she's ever going to have that chance.
There's the Silas.
Lulu, Zac, and Kennen are on the team. Kennen can even play just like to peel with his ulti if he has to, so LeBlanc can never really get in there and deal enough damage to him. And Silas, I mean, you're playing up against a Sona. Sona ult is probably mainly what you're going to look for here, and I think you're just fine, even though they don't have a lot of ults with that, especially considering, Ririka's just ability on the champ. Very good at it. Also into the LeBlanc. It's going to be really hard for LeBlanc to find those side lane plays against this guy. I think this is a Femboys draft kingdom if I've ever seen one.
I agree. I think you needed some method of disengage because there is nothing stopping Femboys from just Zac Kennen ulting you. And in all honesty, there's nothing really stopping Kennen from just sort of walking up and ulting you a lot of the time. You've got the Sona ult, but it's not enough, especially if Silas is on a rotation where he's also running the Sona ult. And Lulu ult is going to be a menace here. Like, it's so good because you can't easily find Aphelios because Lulu should be sticking to him like glue. And if you find Aphelios' LeBlanc, that Lulu ult's going to come out. You might even get silenced by polymorphed on your way in. It's going to be a nightmare. And if you don't have a good flank on the Aphelios, then the Lulu ult's going to accompany the Kennen or the Zac on their way in.
Yeah. Now, Graves is a win more champ. When you are ahead on Graves, yes, you are running the world. When you're behind on Graves, especially if you don't deal that much damage, this shit would feel miserable. I think this looks hard for Graves, in my opinion. Graves also kind of has that mid-range-ness about him. Gravitum is going to be hard for him to deal with. Aphelios is going to have range or damage against him in a million different ways. I feel like at the start of every fight, Lulu even is going to be able to slow polymorph him. Kennen always also has the option, if his Aphelios is really ahead, and if you can just win the start of 5v5, Kennen can just kind of, instead of looking for a crazy flank, he can still look for engages, but he can also just kind of play with his team, and if anybody ever tries to dive the Aphelios, play counter dive with his ultimate. I feel like this Kennen has a lot of ways he's going to be able to play that game, and it's not going to be hard to one-shot this Graves. Rurika Silas is really good. Chad believes the Fury would have gone more nuclear, but sometimes Champ Mastery wins out. And I like Barbecue's point in chat. Seko and 129 really need to turn on this game. If the Cassante gets ahead, Femboys, don't have the most damage into him. It's a lot of AP, and he'd be able to build around that. But we really just need to be honest, see more from 129, and a series where 129's just kind of, I feel like, always playing reactively. Now he's on Graves. He needs to be able to take over this game.
And to be fair, there are angles here. Like, I do definitely prefer Femboy's draft. But you talked about it. You look at this top side of the map. Kennen, Zach, Silas. There is nothing stopping Seko from full-on indexing into magic resistance. It should not be long before Kennen will not be able to push him out of the lane. Running with the LeBlanc, I think Silas and LeBlanc is great. I think it's going to have more impact in team fights. But in the lane, LeBlanc should be able to move first most of the time. Graves should absolutely be able to have Zach's number if they ever find each other in a fight. If LeBlanc shows up to that first, and you end up with an already MR stacking Cassante, even if it's very early and all he has is a Negatron cloak, that's a lot of fighting power that I don't really know that Femboys can answer. So maybe they just say, all right, Moon Knight, you've had some good lanes. We're going to stop trying to focus you. We're going to take it elsewhere.
And I mean, I don't hate that at all. Yunara's going to scale up. She is going to be a menace. But in game one with Ari Nocturne, we saw, glimpses of those two pairing up 129 and the Ari in that game. For some reason, I'm blanking on Sun Gaming's mid laner's name. Astros. We saw 129 and Astros team up and make some good plays, but they kind of fizzled off towards the longer the game went. And not even like late game when they weren't able to find angles. It was like in the mid game when they were supposed to kind of be, Nocturne Ariing people. And this game, we got to see that again. We got to be able to see LeBlanc empower this Graves early on by winning her lane, or else if LeBlanc isn't winning the lane, then it's just 3 losing lanes, man, and ain't nobody wants that.
Yeah.
So, but I also think mentally that's going to be hard, man. You're down 0-2 in a series, and a lot of times what that does is everybody's afraid to make mistakes. And if you're afraid to make mistakes, it's hard to pilot champs that need you to win more. So I'm a little worried to see how this mid jungle for Sun Gaming Mythos is going to end up performing.
I agree. And if you aren't afraid to make mistakes, sometimes you do the other problem. Sometimes you feel like you need to make plays. You don't want to fall behind early, and then you make more mistakes because you push things that shouldn't be pushed. And I think on a champion like Graves, if you're in that mindset, you might be thinking, oh, I'm the stronger fighter. I should be getting ahead of Zach. You make bad invades. You take bad 2v2s or God forbid, 2v3s. And now you end up in that situation. So hopefully we don't see any of that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to break here through champ select, or do you just want to keep talking?
I just kind of want to keep talking.
Right.
Because I think there are a few nuances here that I do think are interesting to touch upon. We've kind of dismissed the Aphelios Yunara for the most part. Moon Knight's been playing great. We really like that Yunara scales. We do think Sona's a good scaling pick into that bottom lane. I think one of the things that makes this a little interesting, though, is there were mismatches in how both AD carries worked in both matchups. In game one, you had the Smolder into Ezreal. You really want to see Ezreal get priority. You want to see Ezreal get good poke damage out. You don't want to see the game go late. And then you end up Smolder getting ahead early, and the game did go late. Game two, you have Varus Corki, which is sort of the opposite dynamic. You want Varus to get ahead early, use that poke, use that lethality to shut the Corki out of the game, shut him out of that critical true damage, that late game that he is notorious for, and that is what Femboys did. But here, Aphelios and Yunara, in different ways, kind of do the same thing. I don't necessarily think that one AD carry getting ahead of the other AD carry outside of a huge lane kingdom gap really warps the way the game plays. I do think a lot of it is going to be on how these two mid laners find their angles and how strong Cassante gets. I know he's a tank, but he's a tank that becomes an assassin on demand. If he does get ahead early and he's allowed to build a lot of magic resistance before this Aphelios gets online, he is sort of allowed to pick his moments.
Yeah. Aphelios is also going to be able to, I mean, I'm just, dude, just to close your eyes, imagine the 5-man and even 4-man Inferno on those squishies. Like the Cassante, that's a big guy, but Aphelios deals so much, and everybody forgets how much because you never see an Aphelios. That champ deals so much fucking damage. And if he's hitting Cassante, he's shredding Cassante, but if he's hitting anybody else, they're dead. And it's going to be really hard for them to ever find him unless LeBlanc gets super far ahead and is able to one-shot him.
Yep. I think in a lot of ways, you almost don't want to find him. I feel like there are other kill targets. Aphelios, notoriously immobile. That was the big weakness that he was given in his design. 200 years of practice in designing AD carries, and Riot decided that we'll make him an immobile AD carry. That's the weakness that he needs. Like, that hasn't been done before. But the reality is, it is true. Aphelios does have to be careful walking up, or Graves might find him, or Cassante might find him and kidnap him, or LeBlanc might find him. But if you build enough damage to a point where you pick off the Sylas or you pick off the Kennen, Zach is jumping away from Aphelios. Lulu should be sticking to him like glue. But if you find angles, you can kill him. And I think if you split the team up, which SGM does have the ability to do with the Cassante all out, with LeBlanc harassing flanks, I think there are avenues by which this game plays. Are you seeing a lot of early trading as we get into this third game? Sorry.
Yeah, not the biggest fan of that, but yeah, absolutely. But that being said, I mean, even Sylas can feel like kind of okay. And like I said, I do think Kennen, if the fights end up going that way, Kennen can play really good peel for Aphelios. Graves should never be able to find him in fights, TBH, if Kennen's around. As we already have oh my god, a heal? Dude, both of these bot lanes are just, they're feeling the heat.
Let me, for those of you who may not be familiar with Aphelios, lay down some advice for all of you. I think people who are unfamiliar with Aphelios might think that he is weak at level 1 because he doesn't have an actual ability. He has Green Gun. He is Caitlyn with more AD, and he is using it to great effect. And they beat them to level 2. They're getting a lot of agency in this lane.
It's the opposite from normally. I mean, it's always been Guma and Rexy who are pressuring the level 2, but I mean, what the fuck is level 2 Sona Yunara, going to be able to really pressure?
This is scary, honestly, if you're Rexy, because you've got the heal, which might be what you're thinking of, except you're
Ririka's in a lot of trouble already. Astros is right here with the extra auto attack, and Ririka just disrespected the early LeBlanc level 3 damage and goes down after thinking he finally found a winning trade, or at least he thought.
And if you're SGM, you'll love to see it. I think the one constant between these two teams is that in laning, Astros has had Ririka's number every time. Wow, these bot laners. Oh,
wait, Ririka. This is actually so bad for Ririka. Astros now can just kind of play this slow. Next time he gets his W back up, Ririka could be in a lot of trouble. Ririka's W is going to give him a lot of healing, but that's true. That's true. If Ririka thinks he sees an E flash, I would not be surprised if he just EW flashes for it. But now on the bottom side, Ashe is going to be in trouble. 129 looking for Moonprince. In lane, Ririka got Astros, but here in the bot lane, we already see 129 able to get the kill onto Moonprince. And 3-1. Let's take a look mid lane and see how that play went. Is it just a flash follow? It is, but it's instead in a little bit of a different way than I expected, but just, Astros not respecting Ririka Sylas.
Explosive early game. I guess you're just the correct way to play bottom lane is actually not to win. Because every bottom lane game we've had today where you are winning just leads to you getting ganked and dying.
Yeah, but also every bot lane that's winning has won the game. Ooh, Sekko had vision on Polar there. I think Polar stepped out of the bush a little bit maybe too. But Sekko's got a word right there. Sekko's playing pretty well up here on the top side. He is piss chilling. Once he collects this wave, he's going to pretty much be even against Kennen, which feels very, very nice. Especially Kennen is going PTA. And shout out, let me see who said it. Shout out Jacob in chat, calling out the AD Kennen. You know, sometimes you don't need all of the AP, especially when you have this Rurika Silas. Sometimes you don't need all of the AP to obliterate Guma. Sometimes you just need the stun. And, Ashes does have Flash, but doesn't get to even use it so quick. So yeah, Wengrod is looking like he's going this on-hit top, which I like a lot. It actually lets him beat the fuck out of Sekko.
Yeah, this changes the dynamic so much, because we kept talking about the magic damage on their top side and how free Sekko gets to build magic. Because this is not if he's laying against an AD Kennen. And with Silas Aphelios, I think it's safe to say that AD Kennen deals good damage, not as much as AP Kennen would. But with Silas Aphelios, you have a lot of damage already. You really want to bring that ult, the stun. That's what you want. The AD Kennen will allow him to more successfully lane against...
Sekko sees an angle here. Hold on. He gets stunned as soon as he goes in, though. He's got to get the shield from E. There's the W. If the W connects, this might be possible. He has 6. He has to use it. He gets the aftershock right into his turret. The W doesn't connect to his Wingrod's auto. Maybe his Q. His Q would finish him off, but a nice dodge from Sekko. But Wingrod has his ultimate very, very soon. Any minion now, he's going to get it. 129 wants to take him down first, and the shot's going to come through. Sekko looks for it, but he does not end up getting it. Meanwhile, mid lane, Rurika kind of trades distortions with Astros, but they're both gonna chill out after that. Surely, Smile. Surely Rurika's not gonna E4 right here, Smile.
As we were discussing the draft, you said that you were worried some teams, when they're down 0-2, tend to play too safe. How do you think SGM is playing right now?
They're playing well, and I mean, shout out Astros with that big kill mid lane, and he shut us to 129. The visit to bot lane again, getting him and his gang ahead. Super, super solid. Barbecue asking in chat. Barbecue's just our biggest fan today. He's all in the chat. Be in chat, guys. Barbecue saying, "What do you think Graves want to go here?" Asking all of the fans. Or at least I hope, because I don't fucking know how Graves builds work, man. I hate this champ so much. This is one of those champs that I just ban. I hate win more champs.
Graves can build every item in the game that has AD on it.
Yeah, and so I have no idea. I feel like you obviously can't just go like crit, or else he'll just get evaporated, I think. Even with like an immortal shield bow. But I want to know, I am wondering what he's going to go.
We see an early Caulfield's Warhammer.
Astros has Ignite, uses it early, but he's going to die anyway, probably. The Q from Rurika wasn't enough damage, and it wasn't in the right spot. And Astros is going to be able to escape. Rurika is very low mana, and 129 is finding his way up there. Be careful, yeah. Meanwhile, down here, Ashes is going to be slowed for a really long time. Rurika has the Graves ult! Oh, almost finds Astros, and instead he's going to die. So close. That distortion took Astros right out of range. Wingrod going to use the ult to get out of this trade top with Sekko. 129. You know, he's winning more.
You know what I want to see for this first Graves item?
Oh.
I want to see Hubris.
Ain't no way, bro.
You're 3 kills at 7 minutes. You start a Caulfields, which builds into Hubris. Up now.
Maybe
He's
got to go Bruisery. He's got to go Bruisery.
I know he's got to. I didn't say he was
Moonprince has 6. He's looking really far forward. He's going to use the Chakrams. He's got a lot from his ult there, but Guma might have the upper hand. He's going to jump forward. Barrier comes out from Moonprince, but Guma flashes in order to make sure he doesn't have time to heal up, and he's going to go down. Finally, Guma and Rakesy come online in the bottom lane. You're not hearing
and we're starting to get a reverse situation. You are now... Another fight breaks out here. Holy
Rurika finally got some points in his W. He's about to get it back, too. E follows Astros under the turret. He's going to use it and just kill him. Hey, that's Silas. Astros got a lead early on, but disrespected Sir Silas, and Rurika Silas no less. That's going to feel bad because, yeah, Graves is super far ahead. Yunara's getting kills, but we need this LeBlanc in a good spot in order to make sure that this game goes smoothly.
Rirka needed to get that, because I was just about to say that SGM was about to give Femboys a reverse situation where they were building such a large gold lead so early that it doesn't really matter what Femboys does, but getting that kill back stabilizes things a little bit. Obviously, SGM still has a 1.5k gold lead, but that is by no means a game decider, as Polar does secure grubs.
Secco's got blindness eyes right now. Oh, he didn't pull the trigger on the ulti. See, that's why I'm kind of a psychopath. I would have just ulted him there. I think it would.
He might have died for it though, because Polar was around the corner.
Didn't have ult yet. That ult's such a long fucking cooldown. Secco could still look here if he finds 3 Qs. He has the man to look for it. Astro's dodging over the Silas E. I'm gonna. There's. I'm in awe right now, man. If Secco manages to kidnap him right here, oh, Wangrod used the ult in such an awkward spot. 129 now sees Polar, but Polar has nowhere in order to knock 129 around.
129 has a
just deals a shit ton of damage. Yeah, he
Sundered Sky. You can't fight that.
Yeah. 129 just absolutely applying so much pressure in the top lane, forcing Polar to leave. Especially because at any point Secco could just ult and mana doesn't matter at that point. You can just use as many spells as you want. Rirka gets a nice W here. He'll be in a really good spot. But the E, letting him survive. Rirka has so much HP on this E. He also has Flash. He's perfectly fine. In fact, that actually made Graves' job harder. The collateral damage lands, but Sona is up here. She's going to use the ult, but it misses! Rirka with the dash. Rakesy, bro. That was an awkward look. That kill would have been huge, I think, for SGM. They're still ahead, though. Guma just ulted. Looks like he just fucking... Oh my god. How low is Ashes? It's because he got his whole team behind him. Honestly, Guma could have just maybe done this on himself, but he gets both.
I think Guma said, I gave you a 2-game handicap. Let's play.
Let's play, man. Oh, dude, if I'm Cassante here after I get this Q3, I'm so hungry. Yeah, look at that, man. Oh, if that Q landed. Oh. I'm just thinking about it, man. Now you should get your Q2 right here. Oh, he's not feeling it.
I find this to be such a fascinating dynamic in top lane. Because when you play these...
Kenneth's cooked. Not Kenneth's cooked.
Yep.
Second with a nice stagger there. Yeah, Flash. Q one more time. Now it's all going to come down to that Q3. Kennen does manage to avoid it. Rirka following with a really nice E onto Astros. Then Rirka goes even deeper, really feeling himself, but he gets rooted up, and another turret shot. He got lost in the sauce. LeBlanc added too much motion, I think, to his kit, and he wasn't exactly sure where to go from there. Secco doesn't have the ult, but a nice long dash all the way back to his minion wave means the Polar can't lock him down in the wave.
I think you're going to have a voice after this game. There's too much fighting.
There's so much fighting, dude. We're at more than a kill a minute right now.
Yep. A few things to highlight in all of those shenanigans is Wangrod did survive that top lane exchange because he committed the flash to his escape, which is a fair trade since Secco committed his flash to try to go in on him. But it feels like Secco is firmly in the driver's seat here. Wangrod did have a 10 CS lead. It's going to be more like 15 after he picks these minions up. What I was trying to say before they got into that fight is range versus melee matchups in top lane are so interesting because it kind of feels like regardless of what the range versus melee matchup is, obviously the range matchup gets to bully, gets to build that CS advantage, gets to push under turret and get plates, but you have to play perfectly. In most situations, if the melee champion gets on you, you're just dead. We saw a half health lead on Wangrod, and he had to flash to survive and escape there. That's just kind of how things work.
Great trades coming out from Astros. Of course, it takes one good trade from Silaston to get all of that, but... Oh, Polar has to flash out. Wanted to preserve himself. Now, Wangrod just ulting for the wave, but you're not AP, bro. You're not able to do that.
Secco did not have the all-out for that exchange, but now Wangrod does not have the Maelstrom for the next fight that they have. I think the all-out does more here if they get into it again.
Yeah, Wingrod's not going to have his ultimate to peel the Cassante off of him again. Ooh, Astros could be in trouble. Polar doesn't have the ult. Oh, pardon me, doesn't have the flash. Astros gonna get taken down in the end, and 129 now is here. But 129 is strong, but Ririka has so much healing. Trying to use the collateral damage to get out, but the Q echo damage back is gonna make sure that Ririka dies in the end, but a shutdown from Graves is worth that.
It's a big shutdown. Yeah. Rirka is looking a lot like your go-to win con here because we're seeing all this fighting break out, but the reality of it is it's slow. But SGM's lead is building. A lot of this is off of the moves that Seko is making in the top lane, what Guma is doing in this bottom lane. Seko really wants to get onto him for that all-out.
Any all-out here is going to put him in a good spot because if he managed to W, but he wasn't brutal. If he was going to W the damage resistance and then the healing and the distance, he would have probably been able to kill Wangrod right there.
Yep. And notably, just so much has been happening, but Guma's 5-0. And I did say that, these two champions, albeit in different ways, tend to do similar things. But I also said that goes out the window if one of them gets phenomenally far ahead. And Guma's about to hit that break point because he's about to finish what we can all assume is Fiend Hunter Bolts. That 2-item spike on Yunara is one of the strongest 2-item spikes on any AD carry. Mm-hmm. If you fight at this point in the game on 2 items for Yunara, you win these fights. You just do.
Real quick, from chat, Masters TV a while ago asked Silas how many points does Silas have in Q. I'm pretty sure Silas just straight up maxed he maxed the W. He put the 1 point in Q because right now it's at 2 points. And if you're going to be in a matchup like this a lot of times, you'll put the 3 before you then max the W. So I'd have to go back in time to check, but I'm pretty sure it was just all 5 in W before he started distributing them awkwardly anywhere else. He did not give a fuck about the laning.
Silas is one of those champions that can max different abilities depending on his matchup. There may be a better Silas player out there that can correct me if I'm wrong, but against LeBlanc, if you max your Q, even if you land that Q, you're never going to get the second explosion, and LeBlanc's just going to go in on you if she acknowledges that you're maxing it because she'll know you don't have any real trading potential. You need the W to get the most health you can back to make it so that when she jumps into you, you can get as much damage in return as possible, and that's a lot of how that matchup works.
Yeah. Whenever she jumps back from her W after trading with you, you can Q her there. And so a lot of times Silas will put, and it's just in a lot of ranged matchups in general, Silas will put 3 points in Q. But it does not look like he did that this game. Before maxing W, but it does not look like he did that this game.
I do want to point out Proto Belt Rush on Zac.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that. It's not bad.
Yeah, I think he probably just likes it, like just talking theorycraft here. It gives you HP. Obviously, he likes the AP. I don't think you need to be as strict with builds anymore as you did in like seasons past. But I'm imagining what it's for is when you Q somebody, you can finally get that kind of cha-cha shuffle to get the easier Q proc. Seko has ult, but the question is he going to even have a chance to use it as he gets sent to the bounce house? And even though his jungler was taking Rift Herald right next to him, he ends up going down.
This top lane matchup is kind of swinging back and forth, and a lot of it's on jungle pressure because it was 129 that initially.
Ooh, speaking of 129, he's right here. Polar does not land the Q, which means he's fine under the turret, but it looks like he's getting dove, uses the Q. Wangrod is so low, and Polar's taking a lot of damage here, and I think 129 feels it. He has Sundered Sky, so he's able to get a lot of HP back. If he's able to E away from that E, but he's not! And Polar is going to flash away. He's going to go down, but he's got the Globlets in order to survive, and 129 in that massive lead is looking a little flimsier than it did originally.
That was very well coordinated by Femboys. I'm honestly impressed because obviously you know that you're playing around your Zac passive, your Bloblets. You know that you have this very narrow window. Wangrod did wait to see if that jump landed, because if it doesn't, if Graves is not crowd controlled there, Wangrod dies to anything that he throws in his direction. And more scarily, if you don't land that knockup, Wangrod absolutely turns, 129 absolutely turns and kills Polar under that turret. But they trusted themselves, they trusted the play, and worked out for them.
Yeah, man.
And there is that Fiend Hunter Bolts completed on Yunara. So there's been so much skirmishing. This has been a lot of jungle pressure all across the map, a lot of 1v1s and 2v2s in the lanes. But now that you have this 2-item spike on Yunara, I want to see SGM kind of force something. Because you can't. Yunara is just so strong with these 2-item spikes. I think Guma is the strongest player in the game right now. And sure enough, we are seeing them push into this part of the jungle, setting up vision. I'm not sure if I like them setting up the vision here, because dragon is coming up in a minute, and this is going to be your third dragon for SGM. You have an opportunity to flip the script against Femboys. You can get the 3 dragons at the 20-minute mark now and really push the tempo. But one way or another, that is where the next big fight is going to break out. Potentially the first, if you can believe it, 5v5 of this game.
Oh, Astros moving forward in order to make sure that this fight continues with a nice lock and a massive fight. Dude, Guma finally joined the team, and it became winning just like that. Rurika might even be a little bit too close.
I love this.
Kind of realized he's in an awkward situation. He's looking with the Graves ult. He just wants to try and cull the wave, but it doesn't quite work the way that he wanted. Sekko's going to be able to hold this top lane just how he likes it. Mid tier 2 is going to go down as well, and they're probably going to be able to get a charge on that mid inhibitor turret. They are. And Dragon's up in 10 seconds. It's looking really nice for SGM here. Sekko flashing out. Also, that Herald didn't end up crashing into the mid inhibitor. They took it all the way down to the bottom lane. Rurika, is this going to land? He does get rooted. The TP doesn't finish. His E doesn't connect either. He's going to be able to take this wave, but he likely is going to pay for it with his life. Gets locked down, and Astros gets the kill.
There's no ult on Ringrod. I think he's just dead here.
He most certainly is. Turret ends up going down. That's a positive. Yeah. Yep. But nice kill onto Wangrod there in exchange from Sekko. Also, SGM are going to take this Chemtech Dragon, especially considering Polar is up in the top side of the jungler. But like Chad says, Polar's been having a great series. Love the Volibear, love the Zac so far this game. Epic motion.
And I want to quickly go back over the course of events that happened, because there's been so much skirmishing. SGM, built the initial lead, but it hovered at that 1.5 to 2,000 gold range for pretty much this whole game because of how much back and forth was happening. But there was intangible gold being built. The double dragons, the Herald was picked up, and when you do get these advantages and objectives, you want to see what you do with them. And I think SGM did the absolute most. They won that fight mid, and I think a lot of lesser teams would just go to the dragon, take your third dragon, put yourself on soul point, call it a day. But they dropped the Herald first, broke the mid inner, moved it to bottom to get work on that bottom inner, and then took the dragon, as well as picked up an overextended Rurika in the process. They won that fight mid and then got the absolute maximum they could out of it, and now they are sitting fan happy at a 5k gold lead that they grew 3,000 gold of.
Is Guma in trouble, or is he going to be able to flip the script right here? Polar CC'd for him a lot, but Guma survived so far, and the fact that that fight did not instantly end might have meant that Guma is not just going to be okay, but he might now be able to apply pressure around this Baron. Rurika going to go in with the extra distortion, but yet again, sauce might have been too much. Ooh, that collateral damage could have been bad. 129, in fact, is very aggressively postured. Rurika dies before he can get the W off. I did not expect that damage from Astros.
And we're starting to see a reverse of the same problem from game 1. You have to ask the question, how do you kill Guma? Because you can't let him free hit. But if you blow too many resources trying to do so, you're just going to die to Astros in 129.
Yeah. Now, I love this from LeBlanc. This is how you play LeBlanc. When you're ahead and you're super powerful, especially against... I mean, this is a Kennen, yeah. This is basically like an Akshan in the side lane with a little less mobility. He's gonna get one shot, which we might see right here. I mean, we already see it happening. The extra Q, he uses the ult, doesn't have enough damage. Astros is able to obliterate him, and honestly, that was one of Ringron's better looks. He had to flash and everything for it. So, dying in the side lane already. This LeBlanc will win if the Kennen is, frankly, if the Kennen's in the side lane. And this is what you want to see from your LeBlanc. She wants to be able to be in the side lane, be able to not just survive, but thrive in that 1v1, apply pressure, and then maybe look for a flank. 129. What was that, man? He went way too far in. Has to use the collateral damage to get out. Guma, okay, double what was that? Jumped into the enemy team. Come on, man. What did I just witness with my own eyes? You just threw the entire game away. Oh, huge ult here from Sekko. Manages to get Rurika back. Astros is here.
I mean,
all out's going down,
prize, but that's a huge shutdown that Guma gave over.
It's not just a huge shutdown. It's that after getting the pressure on side lane, that was supposed to be your chance to get control around Baron and start to be able to play with the Fog of War, threaten it. That was like the second step that they needed on a 4-step process in order to secure a Baron for themselves and start to seal this game, especially considering that Dragon is coming up in a little over 90 seconds. So that play right there was a little bit of a toss-up. SGM still are in control of this game, but we really have to hope we don't see another play like that coming out of Gumayusi. Gumayusi, Guma.
I don't know if Femboys just mind-controlled 129 or not, but he had no right to dash over that wall. It's a testament to how strong SGM are that he didn't instantly die for that. But then I feel like they overcommitted. I kind of feel like they just should have just said, all right, 129, their whole team is there. I'm sorry, you're gone.
Well, that's the other thing. 129 got out. He collateral damaged out of the pit. 129 survived. He escaped. But then Guma went in.
Yeah. And credit where it was due. They were so strong that it actually did look like it could go either way for a moment until Ririka took the crescendo. Ririka hit a 3-man crescendo on Guma, on Rexy, and on 129. And that sealed the deal.
Barbecue in chat asks, what is this cannon bill? I think it's supposed to abuse the on-hit element of Static Shiv and Ginsu's, which I don't hate, but I do not think was the angle here. As Ririka now is going to try and make something happen, but he is just going to get knocked around. Neon, pardon me, Moon Prince, got to try and make something happen. He has a lot of chakrams right now, but he's not going to have a chance to use any of them at SGM. They do not want to go quietly into the night. They do not want this to be a 3-game series. They don't want to let me go to sleep, even though Rexy promised me a 3-0. Rexy promised me a 3-0, and if he really wanted to, he would go in right now to give it to me. But sadly, that's not going to happen. Do we know Polar is in the pit? Polar does not have a way to get vision other than this cone, so he's going to have to reveal himself eventually. And the Dragon is at 4,000 HP. He goes in pretty early, but with a lot of the AoE damage, he should be able to try and steal it. And an early smite from 129 means that the soul does not go over to SGM. But with the jungler dying that late, I think sometimes you just say, all right, we'll give the soul so they can't instantly take Baron, because that's what's going to happen. No jungler. That's going to be a Baron. Wang Rod does not have ult. Ririka isn't going to have a good ult. He's going to have all out still from when he stole it bot lane. Moon Prince is just now getting onto the map. He's not going to have ult for this fight either, which means, yeah, you denied the soul, but you're going to give up Baron, and the next 3 minutes of your life are going to be hell.
This is the strength of getting 3 early dragons. It's why teams fight so heavily for soul point as well as the soul, because when a team is on 3 dragons, you're forced to make bad decisions. You had to go for that steal there. You cannot give over the soul. But this was always going to happen, and that's the position SGM put themselves into. SGM isn't thinking, oh, we lost soul. SGM is thinking, we gave over 1 dragon and we got Baron. You take those trades any day of the week.
Real quick, just to clarify for chat, Masters Ested Rexy actually saved 3-0. He didn't, but he asked for a champ request, and I think one of the answers, it was like, whatever makes the series fastest. And hey, he was making that happen in game 1 and 2, but he's decided he's gonna, you know what, maybe he'll fuck around and try and win the games, I guess.
And now we are, once again, in a position, I think, where SGM needs to lose this game. It's very
Ashes.
Oh, no.
Oh, getting exposed a little bit. 0-7. Brutal. 1-12. I always hate when people do this, but 1-12 bot lane. When they combine the two of them. 1-12 bot lane does not feel good. That should never be your situation. And you're thinking about what points on your team are you able to win through. And when it's the 3-8 Silas is like the point you have to play through to win fights, maybe it's rough. Crescendo is up. They do have this Yunara, lower and lower. Is there going to be enough healing? The W's from Sona keep her alive for a really long time, but she's not the only AD carry on this team. Graves is looking for something. Ririka does not get moved by the Cassante W, but he does get moved by the ult. Moon Prince trying to deal a lot of damage, and this is not a bad space for him. Gravitum is up, but he gets flashed on by Sekko and a Crescendo. Moon Prince, though, is able to survive. He might be able to take over the game right here. That's that cannon peel I was talking about that can come out. Moon Prince with a valiant defense and some gold injected into Femboy's pockets.
You take those.
You'd absolutely take those. You just delayed a Baron push. That Baron push should have been threatening multiple lanes at the same time, pulling Femboys apart, but instead they're able to commit to one side of the play before that can happen. Pardon me. Before that can happen. And, the game isn't over.
I think SGM got just a little cocky there. They had used Guma's ult earlier, and they lost track of where the Zap was. They got engaged on. If you're going to be pushing up, especially without your full team, you need to know where you can potentially be getting engaged from. And they just didn't check that box. Great pick from Polar. Great follow-up from the whole team. Rixie did everything in his power to keep Guma alive, and it looked like it might have been enough for a second there. If Guma had ult, it very well may have been, but at the end of the day, it was just delaying the inevitable.
Wangrod checking the Vandal builds with viewers' respect. I'm gonna be honest, I really expected like a Bork to come out a lot earlier for this cannon. Gage, he's not going to get on him. Polar gets taken off to the side. Cassante going to get chunked down quite a bit, but he ends up surviving. Deep flank from Silas, but is it going to be too late? Moonprince needs to be taken down. The collateral damage is going to do it. Now Ririka late to the party, buddy. He's going to go down as well. And Rexy is not giving me that quick series. 3-0 from Femboys. They're going to turn this around, says Spirit Tracks. True, Loki. True.
And remember what I said earlier, Leche? You have to answer, how do you kill Guma? But if you succeed, maybe you burn too much. They killed Guma, but they lost 3 people for it.
Oh,
and it's probably not the 3 people you want to lose. You're about to lose 4, and you're about to lose your base.
Wangrod, it may be time to go back to the tanks, my guy. This Kennen has done nothing in the side lane, and even though he doesn't have the worst KD on the team, it just feels so useless in like all of these important moments. If you're going this on-hit Kennen, it needs to be because you think you're actually able to kill people on side lane, but I don't know how you're ever killing LeBlanc on side lane with this. The Cassante, I feel like you might be able to get close, but like without a Bork early, I just don't know. I get that you might want to abuse the Static Shiv on hit, but I don't know. It just does not feel like it's able to do anything at all ever in this game.
Yeah, and for those of you that may be not completely familiar with the Kennen changes, he was given some AD love on this patch, but it was very heavily geared towards crit, not necessarily on hit. There is synergy there. It's not the end of the world, but I really would have liked to see a more crit-focused build. I feel like that could be doing more work here. All
right, hold on. We might have a big fight here. Wangrod on the side. Even if you're going on hit, Kennen ult's a Kennen ult. It's going to get that stun off regardless of how much damage it does. He's looking for Rexy. He's going to try and commit it. He does get it off to Rexy. Guma is completely split on the fight. He's not able to do anything. Moonprince and Ashes have completely zoned him off. Is 129, pardon me, is 129 able to carry this? And the second dragon of the game just absolutely yoinked there by Femboys. Astro's now on a really awkward side of this fight. Moonprince is going to look for something. Astro!
Oh,
no! Brutal flash.
You didn't see
Great
that.
play by Femboys
No
there. Wangrod providing that threat with the Kennen ult from behind. And like I said, even if it's not AP, even if it's not going to obliterate your team, that stun sometimes is enough and is exactly what he needs. So it was able to completely force people away. Rexy separated from the team. And when you're separate from the team on Sona, that's a problem. Guma as well. He was like off in Narnia that entire fight, not able to do anything. So Sona separated from the team. Your hard carry Yunara separated from the team. That's never going to be a winning fight.
And I think that once again, SGM got a little cocky and checked their boxes because you can't position that way. You need to keep your team together. You need to make sure that Seiko is tagging who he needs to tag. You need to make sure that you have Astros on a proper flank, and you need to make sure that you keep Guma, Rexy, and 129 together so they can just kind of blow up anyone that tries to walk up. And I think they sort of thought that they were far enough ahead that there's no way they were going to lose this and didn't really check their boxes. But full credit to Femboys. They really had like a 3-second window where SGM was not quite in the position to find a fight. And Wangrod pulled the trigger on that ultimate flank. The rest of the team
Rexy is looking really aggressive. He's looking to absolutely obliterate Ashes before this fight even starts. Sona was separated. She's back with the team now. Polar is down. And when the jungler is down, sometimes you don't even need to push for the fight. You can just go for the Baron. But Sekka with a W flash forward. He's trying to separate Ashes from the team. Here's Wangrod with an ulti. Is it going to be enough? How much damage can Moonprince do on top of everybody else? But he gets knocked up by Sekko in the back. Guma gets taken down by Ririka. But Moon Prince, it's taken down as well, and now it's Ririka v4, and Ririka's Silas is nice, but it ain't that nice, and a one team fight is gonna mean that's it for SGM. As
you gotta find a way to kill Guma without using everything, and they used everything and had nothing left for the rest of them.
Yeah, big, huge plays by SGM there towards the end. They could have even decided just to go back. Hey, we killed the jungler. Let's go back. Let's, finish this game the old-fashioned way with Baron. But they saw the angle. They knew how strong they were. They saw Ashes just a little bit out of position, and they were able to just keep pressing that pressure point. And, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a series on our hands.
A summoner has disconnected.
Love to see it. And not only do we have a series, we got a damn good one. These have been some of the bloodiest games I have seen all Baron League.
Yeah.
Now, this is the first time all series that Femboys will get to side select. So I'm curious which side they want. Because SGM had side selection from seeding for game 1. Obviously, they got side selection in game 2 and 3 because they lost those first 2 games. So now Femboys gets to choose what they value. And we're hitting game 4, which means fearless draft. We're starting getting to those deep picks.
True. Now things are going to start to get wackier, and we'll see who that actually ends up favoring too, because we don't know. Especially as I'm playing mind games with the players right now. Let's see, casters. Let's get our pro draft updated here, guys.
Naswalk in chat saying this is becoming an interesting split. I like how we're waiting until lower brackets semifinals. Now the split is interesting. Wasn't interesting till now.
We have 3 interesting series. Maybe 4. Yeah. Same bands. And Femboys decided to stay on red side and a first pick Orianna. I wonder what the answer is going to be there. We could see it's kind of hard to pick a lot of Orianna counters this early on in the draft, but there's still a lot of mid laners open. There's the Cassiopeia, so you could just kind of say, hey, I'm going to go Syndra here. There's Ryze is gone. I think that's probably one of the reasons why they did it. But I'm interested in what Femboy's response is. Frankly, I feel like they're probably just going to pick, I've never seen a fucking Xin Zhao make it this far in a Fearless series. I feel like you just pick Xin Zhao. Jarvan works too, to be honest, and the enemy team goes Xin. I like Jarvan's pretty good because Orianna, really strong with Jarvan. Jarvan Orianna is one of those classic combos. Also, yep. Orianna is immobile, so you're stealing away a classic Orianna ball delivery system. And pretty good into Ori because if you ever ult Ori, she just has to flash out. And that is a Victor. Love Victor. I love Victor, and it finally made it through. And Femboys picked it up.
For Mythos, you mentioned this in Zhao, Wukong and Vi are also both still open. Great ball delivery systems for both of those.
I think I'd love to see Wukong here. I think Wukong would be really nice here. It's definitely going to get banned if they leave it open. So unless they have a support that they're really, really looking for, I think you can drop that. Kai'Sa Wukong, I think would be pretty solid here, but we'll see what Mythos actually end up going for. The Kai'Sa is kind of crazy. Blinding your AD, normally, you got to do it. Kai'Sa here? I do like the fact that it has movement into the Jarvan. I guess later on into the game, it's able to W from the Victor, or W, so it's not having to interact with the Victor. I changed my mind. Good Kai'Sa angle. Kai'Sa Wukong, we're so smart.
I was going to say, blinding Kai'Sa can be a pain in the butt, but the big things you don't want to blind Kai'Sa into are Corki, Caitlyn, Varus, all gone.
True. Good call. And I love this Xayah pick, man. I mean, just looking at what Mythos have, it's fantastic here.
Yeah. Good luck trying to ball delivery system to Xayah. And unfortunately for Mythos, at least with what they've drafted so far, you only get the one shot at this. As long as Xayah ults correctly, which Moon Prince should always be able to do, he will be able to free hit past that point on. And then you just kind of have to sort of slugfest your way through to him.
Yeah, and you're able to ban out the good Kai'Sa pairings. The good Kai'Sa pairings that are traditional ones, Nautilus, Rel, I'm forgetting one. I don't remember what it is. Oh, Alistar. That's a pretty. I wouldn't say that's a super solid Kai'Sa pairing, but I would like the Alistar here just in general.
If you are joining later in this series, Rakan has been played already, so you do not have to worry about that being paired with the Xayah.
Yep. So Yeah, it's kind of a question of what you do here. Mythos think that it's going to be another ranged character. I like the Nico ban because that Nico would have also been a great initiation tool. And I love the Janna ban because the opposite. It would have not allowed Wukong in ever. Instead, they go with another peel option, Braum. I love that. He's going to be able to tank some of those late game Xayah Ws. Wukong jumps on you. He's going to be able to hit him with the concussive blows. Use the Glacial Fissure to provide a lot of just, zone control. I absolutely love the Xayah Braum, but it is opting really hard into this kind of anti-dive, and I wonder if Mythos are going to go some poke options maybe. But they've already picked their mid and AD, so it's going to be hard to find those in the other options. Thresh hasn't been picked yet. Not a surprise that's picked. The Lantern is going to give Orianna away out of that Cataclysm very likely. And the rest is just what other supports you're always going to see. But I'm interested to see what top laner they're going to ban. They have a lot of tanks if they want to go that route. They've got a lot of, like the Ornns. Ornn is kind of the first one in my mind that if you're going to go tank that's still up, into a comp
I
like
do
that.
not want to see them pick a dive champion. I think Femboys have locked the dive down. I think they've done a great job. I like Rumble. I like Rumble a lot.
Mm-hmm. Only scary thing here is Femboys have counter. If Femboys really want, they could just go. They could just go Galio if they wanted to. Galio Jarvan is super strong. Galio leaning into the Rumble is super strong. I think Galio fits really, 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 really well here, and it would be hard for Mythos ever to win that game. I don't know if I love the Alawi, but sometimes I feel Alawi can go it. Ooh,
I like York better.
Okay.
I like that a lot.
That's good. That's good. Gives them a go button alongside that Jarvan. Yes. Yone also is just a busted fucking champion. And he's going to be a threat on side lane. And I think the later the game goes, it's going to be really hard for Rumble and Orianna to ever match this guy on side. And it's going to kind of force Mythos into these team fight situations. And then they're going to have to use this kind of soft dive comp to try and find ways into the Braum and the Xayah. Love the Yone, but we have to see how it actually plays out in the game. Victor is tragic to play in this game. It's true.
I was going to say I think both of these comps are good. I like Mythos' comp better.
There's a reason why Victor's blanked out. He does not want to actually show up.
I think the Victor Jarvan is why. Victor Jarvan was a great one too. To be fair, I feel like Mythos kind of got Femboy's number as the draft developed, because you can't you can't jump in as Jarvan. You are not a great go button in a full-on team fight. You will be annihilated by the comp that Mythos has generated here. Now, maybe Braum comes with you. Maybe Yone ults on top of their backline, and you get the miracle wombo combo. But realistically, that's not happening. You're engaging on one or two priority targets. Thresh is going to lantern them out, and you have to figure out what you want to do. Yes, Femboys drafted great counter dive, and I think it'll be a huge misplay if Mythos really buy in to this ball delivery system with Kai'Sa, but they don't need to. I think you can use the ball delivery system to try to hit frontline a lot of the time, just to sort of mess them up. I think Rumble ult does huge amounts of work here, but I think ultimately it will come down to execution. I like Mythos' comp better, but by no means did they win the game in draft.
No, not at all. We've got a chatter. Masters TV says generational Wangrod game incoming. I hope so, man. Last game was not his game. The 2 games before, kind of on tank duty. It's time. Show the world, Wangrod. Show the world you got that big dick Yone play. But we are going to go to a short break. We'll be back in. Actually, let's see. Anyway, left. All right, we'll be back in. What is that going to be? Probably 4 to 5 minutes. So do not go anywhere because this game's going to be fucking crazy. Femboys on game point. Instead of giving Mythos with a really exciting draft, and they don't want to lose this shit. They were seated higher. They don't want to be here. So I'm pumped for this game. You should be too. We'll be right back. And we're back in game 4. SGM trailing 1-2 against Femboys, but they're looking to start that reverse sweep and keep it going. It's such Cyanic Acid again with you. Obviously, nothing's changed. And both of these teams, Cyanic, this is a really big game. You don't want to head to game 5 if you're Femboys, but you really want to head to game 5 if you're SGM.
No, absolutely not. I think the mental in this game is super, super interesting because being up 2-0 is a huge mental boost if you're Femboys, but it swings so hard if you lose that third game. And obviously you're coming into this situation still advantageous. Like, you can win this game, but going down that third game that you really wanted to win, and like, let's be honest, getting stomped, it hits you. And it swings the feeling in the opposite sentiment for SGM. They come back, reinvigorated, feeling like they got things, feeling like they haven't lost a step. And we're right back into it with all this aggressive trading between Astros and Miraca in the mid lane. I'm very curious to see what the junglers do here. Both Wukong and Jarvan are very effective early game junglers, but Jarvan is John early game jungler.
True.
This champion can gank and make things happen as early as level 2. You don't see that happen too often, but he has that window after that first and second clear before Wukong hits 6 to just be the more effective champion. Once Wukong hits 6, he gets a lot of power, and I want to see what Polar can do with that narrow window that his champion is supposed to exploit.
And it looks like he's heading top lane with it, and that makes sense. If Yone gets an early lead against this Rumble, a champion's supposed to be able to dominate most laning phases. That's going to be really nice for him. Full clearing up there, though, might take quite a bit of time for Jarvan. We see the opposite from Wukong. I feel like normally you see the exact opposite of these two situations. Normally you'd have the Jarvan looking for the early gank, but Wukong already looking on a Moonprince and Ashes. Watch how how Ashes tags people with concussive blows. Oh, it might already be over for Ashes. And that's going to be the first kill, and he's going over to Guma. Oh, that's just delectable.
Spinning flames of fury.
And I'm curious to see if Polar at least goes for an invade here, but it doesn't seem like he intends to. I kind of feel like he had enough time to at least take the blue buff to get a little bit over for that, but that's not the case.
By the way, I don't know when that. I guess I don't know when that mid lane ward. They should have known that was coming. That mid lane ward must have been placed a while ago. They must have known it was cleared really soon. They must have known he wasn't on Krug's second. They must have known he was on Raptor's second. I guess I'd have to check the replay or the VOD, but that is strange.
Agreed. Sometimes you just miss words. Sometimes you're not looking for it, even if you place it. But we are seeing Polar positioning here.
Ooh, exhaust.
Exhaust comes out from Waingrod. You have to flash if you're Sekko, but he's trying to turn it.
129 does not give a fuck, man. He's looking at Raptor Sword right now. Sekko, though, flashes onto Waingrod, but Waingrod uses the Q3 and the flash to get out. Sekko should be able to turn this. He tries to just a little bit, but he ends up going down. Now 129 is looking for the double scuttle in exchange. I love that 129 was just like, all right, yeah, you're dead, dude. Sekko surviving, doing his best. Does not matter. 129 isn't going to be able to get a lot on the other side here. Polar, though, getting Gromp. It feels pretty good on the jungle side. Thankfully, Sekko is going to be able to TP back here and clear his wave.
And I do like to see that Polar did give the kill over to Waingrod in the top lane. This top lane matchup, Rumble Yone, is incredibly explosive. Whichever top laner gets a meaningful lead should be able to run away with it. Because neither champion has an opportunity to truly and nothing really happens from that hook. Neither champion in that top lane really has an opportunity to build defensively in a meaningful capacity, so whoever just gets more damage gets more damage.
Yeah, and if Yone takes over a game, no matter how far ahead you are in Rumble, if Yone is Yoning.
We are seeing both junglers sort of return to their clears. We are seeing more aggressive trading in mid lane. We are seeing a slight advantage, or positional advantage, I should say, being built in this bottom lane. But I expect Guma's just going to collect this farm, even the CS out. See an aggressive trade from Ringwad.
Yeah. Interesting that he went with the, he really wants that first side and probably Bork completed. A lot of times you see these Yasuo and Yones go for the attack speed boots first, but he wants the AD for these trades. And that first item completed because he knows how volatile this lane can be.
Yeah, 100%. Worth pointing out the keystone on Seiko's Rumble is a Comet. I kind of expected to see the Deathfire touch here. Rumble is one of the best champions that can use it. His Flamethrower continues to proc the Deathfire touch. There's another aggressive trade going in Winground's favor with that Vamp Scepter that you pointed out. These trades that go in his favor just go more in his favor because any damage that gets tipped back to him does get healed up. And I think
Rika's so susceptible right now. Real quick. He has no flash. He has nothing. Shockwave. Give that to Astros. And Ririka, I don't know. He shoved in the last wave with the Chaos Storm, which I loved. And then for some reason, after shoving it in with his ultimate, having no mana, no HP, no sums, he decided he was going to stay for another wave. He must have been really close to an item break point, but he just got a lost chapter. So, TBH, I have no idea. Really rough misstep by Ririka because if the Shockwave gets strong, like pointed out by Masters TV in chat, Invisible Wukong with a ball delivery is very, very hard to dodge, if not impossible.
Yep. We're seeing some jungle shenanigans.
Absolutely.
Polar is invading. Wangrod is already here. Great invade by Polar. I think great awareness by 129 to understand that he just can't fight that and he has to leave.
Mm-hmm. I feel the exact opposite way. What? Was Astros down, like, 40 gold? Maybe. I guess that tier, if that tier was it, then maybe it's worth losing a wave over. But he stayed pretty late too. I want to give a big shout out to Polar. He's been playing fantastic this series. I've been super impressed by him in pretty much every single game.
Absolutely.
All right, now we got another look top. Seko doesn't have flash. He managed to get in a pretty decent position. Doesn't dodge the Q3 though, but that ult's going to drop any second now. Yone committing his ult too. He's going to have enough damage even without the E-Echo. And Seko's Rumble is going to get obliterated by the Yone counter pick, and it's just going to keep getting worse.
Yeah, that was textbook. You knew that Seko did not have the flash. You had both of these champions ults. They overlaid them perfectly. Wangrod got inside the Cataclysm and just wailed on him. As soon as the Cataclysm wore off, he used his own ultimate to hold Seko down. He didn't stand a chance. And you do get the dragon as a consolation prize on the other side of the map.
True. We'll pretend it said like it was a trade and not like, oh, we were going for this dragon and Rumble was really overextended.
It might be a trade. As the redirected cam goes away from that. I thought that hook was going to land, but maybe not.
Yeah,
we've seen how important...
They made some bad changes to it. Astros, chunk a little bit. Yet again, we see Chaos Storm used to just get wave prio, but it's hard to ever do that into Orianna. She's just going to be fine. Always makes you wonder if Victor, what exactly was the intention there with it? God, Seko is just getting worked right now.
Yeah, Seko is just like, I'm just trying to push the wave in, man. Please let me have this. But we've seen how important dragon stacking has been in this series. You know, if it does somehow get to 3 dragons for SGM, as that hook does land, nothing major comes out of it.
You know, more aggressive trading. You know he's looking for an ultimate right now, and he finds it! Ririka does not flash it! Ririka's going to have to flash, certainly right now, on this next Q from Astros, but he does it early, and Astros decides, I'm just going to die under the turret. Fuck it, man.
I mean, you kind of take those, right?
I don't know, because it's nice, but like the fact that happened at all is a little awkward. Ririka's forced out. You really could have just not gone for that kill, and in exchange maybe played with your Wukong around the grubs, but if you didn't think that was a play at all, then I guess in isolation it's okay. But it's not like that gave a crazy item break point because he went for the tier. He's not going to be able to upgrade his Rod of Ages right here and get it ticking early, which is probably going to feel a little bad too.
Something I want to put out in this bottom lane, which has been so much of the development of this series, we do have a steady and significant lead being grown by Guma. Not only did he get the 1 early kill, but he is now sporting a 15 CS lead. And it's just enough that he's sitting on this completed Kraken Slayer, whereas Moon Prince is still trying to finish his Essence Reaver. And there's a window where that matters.
Sorry, man. I've been eating my chips.
You're all right.
Hungry. Yeah.
We do have 129 hovering around down here. This is a scary position to be in if you're Fem, I think, in the bottom lane.
I don't actually know the current Kaisa builds because of the change to Static Shiv and like some of the other items. I wonder if there's certain angles there. 129 goes deep. Xayah is probably going to be okay, but can the same be said for Ashes? Guma ults to follow. No W to end up finishing off Ashes. Nice like moves from them with the flash and the heal. They got out.
Yeah. I was saying I was in a dangerous position to be in because
Ooh,
you had
hold on. Oh, you
that.
stopped by Wangrod. He's going to just be able to solo kill Sekko, I truly believe. Yeah, there's the Q3. The exhaust just to make sure it happens. He follows with flash for flash, and this Yone is going to be an issue, man. Moon Prince is here looking onto Guma. Guma has to flash out. Did Polar go too far? Oh, Guma dies to a flash auto from Prince. Prince now is going to get that pull back. And while this is all happening, mid lane, it's going wrong too if we rewind to watch this play. And Astra... Okay, what is this? What is this, man?
You can't take a single ability.
What are we doing
and I'm
here?
willing to bet you eat a single ability.
That's literally exactly what happens. It's just an E. The Blackfire Torch.
Let's call it what it is. That's an ego play.
That's such an ego play. 129 is here. He doesn't have Cyclone, but he should just be able to kill Rurika. He gets stunned. Oh my god. It's just individual outplays across the map that just completely made it so that Femboys, who were put in a pretty even game with a really strong Yone, into a completely winning game with an even stronger Yone. Oseka may have just seen his angle. Wangrod really wants to preserve.
Overheat, though. I don't know if he has it. Yeah, the overheat made it so that he couldn't really keep following. He could flame flow, he could shoot harpoons, he could not do both, and he needed both. And it's just action everywhere. I feel like this is ego plays from everyone, and I love it. I'm about it.
Mm-hmm. This is the moment where your mental as a team is tested. You're down 2-1. You were doing well. You were feeling yourself coming off the last game. You were super proactive. That's how they got into that last game. If you remember, all those super proactive like Graves plays across the map. That's what got them in it. That is the SGM we saw all split. That's the SGM that I was surprised were in the lower bracket as early as they were, right? But the problem is, suddenly, they come into this game, they're keeping that up, they're doing fine, but things stop working out the way they want them to. And when you're down in that position, and when you thought you were in a good spot, and suddenly things start changing, and it starts feeling like those 2 games where you lost, where it feels like you just couldn't do anything, Rexy hadn't been able to make anything happen on the map. Sekko was dying a lot in this isolated 1v1. Rurika's just taking Raptors somehow. Now Sekko's gonna die again in the top lane.
No flash.
Yeah, Wangrod still has E. It's just... Oh, misses the Q, third Q. Doesn't matter, though.
I don't think it matters.
Oh, nice from Sekko. Oh. That was wild. But now he has to reset, and Wangrod's gonna get this turret. You thought you were gonna maybe be able to start the reverse sweep. You had the momentum, and you feel like you've completely lost it. It's in those moments where you have to start questioning yourself as a team and have the mental fortitude to stay in it and keep and get that momentum back that you successfully got back in Game 3. But now you're down early on. You need to get it back. I mean, just look across the board. It's going to be so hard for them to do it, but they have to find a way.
Yeah, I don't know that... this is the way you want to try to do it.
Wangrod doesn't have ult. Does Wangrod have enough damage to just... If he hits the Q3 here, he might.
He does.
He has the 1-2-3... 1-2-3. 1-2-9 has the ball, but he's killed by Rurika. That is just fucking brutal. Especially you look across the map. You had bot camps up. You had everything, but you chose to go into the enemy jungle to look for something, and you just die because of it. Rurika did just have to flash. Directed Cam did not get it. Rurika just have to flash to escape Astros. He flashed over into the Raptors pit.
Yeah, it's weird. Like your SGM, you just won after being down 2-0. I feel like your nerves should be relaxed a little bit. Go back to comfort. You've proven that this isn't some weird femme fluke. You can beat them.
Jarvan's mid. He's got Cataclysm. Astros flashes early. When you're up against Jarvan, you have to save it for after the Cataclysm comes out. And he just did not. Rurika's good enough to kill. This Victor, who's supposed to be having a hard time this game, is thriving. And Yone is just completely untouchable.
And this attempt at a top lane fight, no Wukong ult because he used it to try and fail to save himself from the earlier. As we just see Waymar go right back in.
This is like 8 Qs. Doesn't fucking matter. 129 might be able to find something here if he E'd and then W'd. And Wukong gets the shutdown. Not the worst target in the world.
The return of the ego play.
Oh, he's feeling pretty good. Yeah, right. But because of all this...
This AQs took like 3 turret shots. Knew 129 wasn't too far away because you just saw him. And Polar did his best to try to recover for him there. But if 129 wanted it, and he really did...
What the fuck is going on right now, man? What is all of this? Why is Rika standing here? Where's Rexy right now? Where's Guma? Rika's... No way, he's gonna get this because of the burn!
Of the map, Rika!
How is he getting something off of that? It's nice that Guma gets the shutdown. How is he allowed to get anything there at all? Now, Guma's going to use his ult to shift towards Moonprince. He might be able to get it, but he's got to be careful of this Featherstorm. Featherstorm's got to deal a lot of damage to him. Turret ends up going down, but here's Wangrod, and Wangrod's going to be able to get at least one. He is going to be hooked, but he's unstoppable, gets pushed back. 129 has the Cyclone. Zeko gets that kill. That's nice. Now Ash is on the wrong side of the map. Is going to get hooked and brought back to his team. Polar up top is right now hitting Herald, and he's going to be able to get that by the end of this fight. So it's nice that we got a lot of gold bought. That fight was just so strange. I frankly don't even really know what to make of it.
I do. Femboys clearly want us to have a shot at a 5-game series. They had no business doing any of that. They just threw the book out the window. You were building an advantage. Now is the time, especially with these turrets getting low, to... I think Rurik, I might just try to chase Seko down here. Seko flashes, that's going to be into that. Yeah, Femboys need to get together, start, showing what they have been showing in this series, taking their advantage, moving it around, starting to shut SGM out. They were up 6k gold. They had the means to do so. Still up a considerable amount, but they're up 3.5 now after what I will say was a travesty of a bot lane play.
Was that a, what's the one that when you cast a summoner spell, you get move speed depending on the duration? Nice. Nice hover by Rexy. Just fucking saved his Orianna.
I know the rune you're talking about. I never run it, so I don't know its name.
Yeah. I think it's Nimbus Cloak, I think.
Yes, that is the name.
Ash is yet again in a place that they should not be. Gives a kill over to Guma, which, we've seen Guma be able to perform really, really well in these games. And this Kaisa, same might happen this game. Jarvan's in a nice spot here. Now, Guma does not have a sum or his ultimate. If Jarvan manages to find Guma on this mid wave, things could get real dicey. Might end up fighting Rumble instead.
He's being covered here, though. He has the Thresh Lantern.
Oh.
He has 129.
Let's see how it goes. Rumble's down here. Nice Rumble ult's going to make Moonprince have to leave the area. Polar having to flash away. He's going to go down. This fight's completely split. Now Rurik is the one who's in enemy territory. Moonprince getting slowed, and 129 is about to be on him with that red buff. Going to keep him in place. A ball is on 129. Moonprince has to flash away. Astros might be able to get a nice ball placement for a shockwave. It's not going to happen, but what is this Chemtech Dragon. Finally, SGM are going to be in position to get a dragon lead in this game. Yon is going to get a lot of damage on top, though. I like the way that Fem are playing this after that bad play. They're going to be able to get something back on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and I think, unfortunately, a lot of this is what Femboy showed in the regular season. They've been playing fantastically. I even think they had a lot of good looks in the last game. As rough as it was at the end, I think Femboys threw some real haymakers.
Rod is just fucking toying with him. But Astros' shockwave, was that... it hit him while he was unstoppable. Wangron's ult not going to be able to get him out because 129 was in it. 2 kills on the top, and actually a massive amount of gold is just getting donated.
And I want to talk about the mental of game states a little bit here, because you can't see the gold when you're playing the game. We can see that Fem still has a 3,000 gold lead, but all they can see is that SGM is up in kills. Now, they can suss out that Fem has taken 4 turrets, and that obviously matters, and that's where this gold lead is coming from. But SGM probably doesn't know that they're behind at this point. Nor should they think that. They are playing like they can smack back, and at this point they can. Fem have lost half of their gold lead in the last 3 minutes, and I think some of that is off of some really great proactive play that SGM has done. I think more of that is off of some really sloppy play that Fem has done. They need to play as a team. They need to start getting vision. They need to start playing around the tools they have drafted for themselves. Make sure that SGM can't just dive on them. Keep the Braum around. Keep the Xayah safe. Use the Victor stun to make approaches very difficult. Use Victor poke as best as you can. And try to look for a flank angle with Wangrod. Or to lane kingdom your side lane, because he can certainly still do that.
Yep. As real quick, we have some chat action. And version 007, Gojo Satoru himself, in chat saying, "Yo, what is going on?" So he's either surprised this series went that long, or the fact that Femboys, they kind of fucking throwing this game away recently.
Yeah, I think they've, at a glance, they seem to sort of learn their lesson. You've got 4 people here for a blue buff, and that's kind of what you need.
Wingrod, Rexy out of position, only one here. Now TP coming in from Victor. 129 on this flank, and now Polar is going deep. A Shockwave is going to stop Wingrod for a little bit. 129 is in with Cyclone. How much will this actually be able to disrupt the fight? And how much damage, can Guma get out? He doesn't have the ult anymore, but he does have Flash. Chaos Storm is completely forcing Guma away from the fight. Wingrod, though, may have been too far forward. He's going to lose the Immortal Shield Bow. And now, even though it's 4v3, the remaining members of Femboys are all low HP. Love this reset from Wingrod. He has DP. He can get back to this fight. Maybe look for something here.
And see the difference it makes. Femboys showed up with the team this time. They checked their boxes. They made sure that they were playing through their carries. We had Wangrod get that great flank on the side in order to just remove 129 from the fight. Everything after that looked very dicey, but in truth, SGM had a lot of summoners, and they burned a lot of SGM summoners, and that's why the fight was really just the 1 for 2.
Yeah. Yone is about to get even stronger in these side lanes. His spike is about to be even stronger. And you were talking about how you can't really feel gold leads. The one thing you can feel is when you hit tab and you see that this Yone is like a full item up on your top laner. And you can see that your Wukong hasn't finished his second item yet, and Jarvan is halfway through his third. Yeah. And you can also see that your AD is up, but it's not by too much. And those are the things that you can see and go, oh, fuck, we're in a bad spot. They also know that it's been hard for SGM this game after like the very start to really have any choice on what's happening across the map. It's all had to be reactionary. Now, Femboys are a little under a minute away from this next dragon spawning as they have complete control and priority over the bottom 2 waves.
A couple item breakpoints I do want to point out. There is, truth, I don't know exactly how long he has had it, but there is an Executioner's Calling on the Yone. That is going to provide a lot of utility. It has a lot of accidental AoE in his kit.
Oh, very snap TP there from Sekko. The dive clearly was no longer happening onto Astros, but I do not blame him for TP reactively there. And Dragon's up in 16 seconds. So you know what, man?
Yep.
Rumble being down here ain't that bad.
No,
he was going to have to TP anyway, eventually. Yone, though, is going to be able to provide pressure here on the bottom lane. If the fight starts before him and without him, that could be a huge moment for SGM to take advantage of that. But do they know that Yone is out of position at all? Hook misses on Rexy. If Rexy could have hit that, the whole fight could have changed. They now see Yone behind him, and they realize that they are out of position. But maybe it's Wangrod who's out of position. He's just going to ult right on to Sekko. Shockwave is going to take down Wangrod, and Wangrod gets exploded before Dragon can even been started at all. Huge ult is going to force Moonprince away. Nice equalizer. Ashes getting chunked down as well. 129 is going deep. He hasn't even used Cyclone yet. Polar EQ's out, but now it's Ririka who's overextended, and what was supposed to be a nice flank from Wangrod has completely changed. The remaining 2 members of FEM are trying to get out of here. Are they going to be able to manage to do it? They are going to escape, but it's going to cost some summoners for their time. And third dragon for SGM. They're going to be on Soul Point here in just a matter of seconds. The game is in Wangrod's hands, and he just held up his hands and gave it over to SGM there. He said, you know what, you're allowed to stay in the game for a little while longer.
Hey, I'm honestly speechless. I'm just stuttering here. It's like Wangrod lacked object permanence. The second SGM wasn't being stared at by Femboys' remaining 4 people, Wainwright just went back to side laning.
Yeah. I think I like that flank angle if your team is kind of helping you collapse it, but that's not what's happening.
Exactly.
Or if it takes you long enough to die, if you're like a Mordekaiser or something, if it takes you long enough to die, that your team might be able to start up and finish Dragon and trade your life for it. But like we're shoving bot lane as like a normal Yone. No matter how strong you are. I loved the solo ult from Astraeus. A lot of times Oriannas are just going to look for like the big ulti in a team fight. You know what? If it's the fucking Fed Yone, shockwave that bitch, right? Get him in the ground, and then the rest of the fight will be yours.
Yeah, think about how many ults are only good for killing one person. If you use your ult as that, it's no different than a Syndra ult.
Polar has ult here. Sekko, Sekko, you didn't have to hit him, man. Oh, you didn't have to proc the turret. Oh fuck, maybe he did. Polar. Going to end up getting really low. Huge rumble ult. A complete collapse here. Yone just TP'd, but it was too little too late. Baron is up. Are we going to look for it? I think if we're SGM, I think we take this Baron. We know Polar is resetting. We at least make sure that we have complete vision control of the area. Yeah, it's going to get started up here. Guma has so much DPS. He's going to be just fine. Somehow, Sekko overextending turned into a fantastic play for SGM.
Sekko did. I think Sekko surprised himself.
Oh, Polar's a lot closer than I think they thought he was going to be. They just saw Polar. He's in the pit. Hook onto Yone. I actually love that. Able to CC him. Can they kill Polar? Yes, they can! And it's a clean smite. And Rakesi's going to fall on the other side of the fight, but you take that any damn day of the week. Wangrod and Moonprince hoping that they had an angle there, but some heads-up play from SGM. I mean, it's going to be fine. Wangrod even has level 16 ulti. If he could find somebody right there, maybe getting a Baron off somebody would be doable. Maybe he and his team could find a way to make it all worth it, but just an absolute tragedy on the top side there in SGM, despite being down in gold. It just seems like they always have the right play at the right time, and frankly, it's Femboys members not being in sync.
Yeah. And I hate to say it, this is what they showed in the regular season. Femboys has hands, and they were very, very good at finding early game skirmishes and creating small, if not large, gold advantages. But once the lane phase starts to end, once those turrets start to drop, you really need to check those boxes, get vision control, play through your carries, provide support to you, to your...
Oh, Yone ult, and it doesn't connect onto anybody. He has to get pulled back, but 129 is in the area. He has a huge cyclone here. Moonprince is about to just get shockwaved and cycloned again. Two people are found. Wangrod thought he had something. He had nothing. All he had was his AD and his support's dead bodies on his hands. And now it's a 3v5, and there's so much standing gold across the map for SGM.
It's almost disappointing. Well, not almost. It is disappointing from Femboy's perspective because they had such a huge gold advantage early. The gold is even right now. Can you believe that? All of this that has happened is just served to even the gold lead. But as you start to take one, moving on to two, maybe even three turrets, that gold lead is going to start to grow. And the way these two teams have been playing in this game specifically, I don't see SGM giving this up easily. Femboys are now in a position where you now not only have to improve the gameplay you've been showing in this game, but you have to come back. And it's going to be very difficult. You have Guma, who is now the strongest player on the Rift, with a Zhonya's, both of his summoners, the Killer Instincts ult, Thresh Lantern, Orianna shield. You're going to have to find a way to kill him through all of that, and he is working on his death cap, which means he doesn't even have to get close to you. He's indexing pretty heavily into that W max build, and he's going to start hitting you like a truck.
Yep, 30 seconds away from this next dragon coming up. Orianna's taking her time coming down. She's not going to even try and split push. She knows that this fight's going to be won in a team fight. And Ashes already is way too far forward. Nice gravity well there from Victor. He's going to keep Ashes okay. But, oh, that hook would have been nasty. 10 seconds out. Polar in a really weird spot. If he got flayed here, that could have been game. Hold on. Do they know where Wangrod is? They have no fucking idea, man.
I think they do.
They have no fucking idea.
He has to make it work. He has to make it count. He has to find Guma.
He's got a blast cone. Is it gonna happen? Vision on Dragon is guaranteed because of all these Jarvanese. Wangrod is
Hopefully
just
they know
waiting
he's
in
at
the
least
pit.
missing. Oh, they found him.
Oh, they just saw him. Does he know they just saw him? A hook, and on top of that, a Rumble ult, and in goes Thresh. Wangrod now is trying to find the big ult, but it's on top of Azonia's Guma. Big Victor ult, though, right now is going to be cooking some members, and Ririka is putting out damage. Guma still has his ult up. He's going to have some motion if he needs it. Moonprince on the other side of the fight is getting chunked out. He's completely out, and it's all up to Guma, and he gets two. Polar has GA, but he's low, and he's burning, and a W snipe onto the Xayah takes her out. The GA just got lost by Polar, and so will his life, and so will the soul, and a quadra kill for Guma. As
And
SGM, they're bringing it all together in this game 4.
I think we're going to see a game 5.
I would tend to agree. All right, this could be it, man. At this point in the game, you can just shred through turrets. It's only Ashes, no Glacial Fissure even, to try to slow the push. 15 seconds till Ririka. Once Ririka's up, these are not barren waves. A Victor would just be able to pretty easily clear the way, but is he even going to have the chance? 129 is taking the aggro so that the wave is not going to get damaged at all. Victor's coming up in 5 seconds. They're going to take the second Nexus turret, and this game 4 is going to end pretty damn soon. Pretty damn now! 129 didn't even die at the end. Fuck that, man. As it's going to be 2-2. We're going to Silver Scrapes, baby.
We've been talking about the mental of this series pretty often. You need to bounce back if you're Femboys. Up 2-0, you drop the one game, it feels pretty bad, but now you're on game 5, you're riding high if you're Mythos, and you're trying to figure out what went wrong if you're Femboys, and trying to figure out what you can fix, and you only got one game to do it.
That's intense, bro. That's intense. How quickly do you think they're heading into next draft? If it's game 5, I feel like on both sides, it's intense.
So many I love game 5 fearless drafts because so many champion pools have just been slapped.
We're already in draft, dude. And with draft,
I have a
Silver
strong
Scrapes as
feeling
well.
we're gonna be seeing Sivir Jinx. I hope we don't. What a boring AD carry matchup.
I think it's gonna be the same bans again. Unless Mythos are gonna first pick. I mean, what's been their other ban all series? Caitlyn? Unless they're gonna first pick Caitlyn.
Very first pickable.
That's not awful, yeah. Especially this late in draft. But then do Femboys drop the Ashe? Have we picked Ashe Seraphine yet? Ashe Seraphine is still up. Caitlyn is pretty good into it, but it's the support is the awkward part. You don't have like the bar that you'd want to pair with it. Mythos are thinking. It's gonna be the Ashe. They're daring Femboys to ban the Caitlyn.
We're gonna see Jinx Sivir or Jinx Twitch.
No. I like the Jinx Twitch. Mythos taking the Jinx, saying Femboys, take the Twitch, man. Take the Twitch plus. I mean, there aren't that more enchanters left, dude.
To be fair, Braum is off the table, and Braum is what you pick into Twitch.
It is, and Twitch is really, really nice into the Jinx. What support are you looking to pair with the Twitch, do you think?
You almost certainly want an enchanter, right? Karma's gone, Nami's gone, Lulu's gone. Seraphine's not a real enchanter.
None? Hold on, we're about to see what it is. I'm about to investigate we're investigating. They haven't said anything. Jhin and what? Oh, all right. The first one was Jhin. Jhin Nico. Okay. You're not going to go with the Twitch because you don't believe in the support pick that goes with it. Jhin Nico. But like chat is saying, do we really have to pick the fucking Jhin here, man? Xin Zhao is up. There are still S-tier champions that have just been allowed through, and Xin Zhao, I think, is the biggest one. I love Xin Zhao into the Jinx as well. I feel like it's going to go with any comp that you go with. You could just pick the Xin Zhao plus, like, Nico. And I love Nico here. Yeah. Ranged character, who I think Ashes is much better at, just looking at his gameplay so far. And Nico also brings a lot of that engage tool, so love the Nico pick. Jhin, Nico that early, there's still really strong picks. Because imagine here if you get Jhin, Rel, Xin Zhao. I would feel so good about that if I'm Mythos, but it's up to them. Ornn. They think that there's one good tank left, and I don't necessarily blame them. I mean, Mundo, Scion, Cassante, a lot of the, kind of traditional blindable tops are gone, so they just want to secure that one now. And Femboys want... this is probably this very well could be an Olaf top. They're going to go with the Zins out. They're listening to the stream. They're going to go with the Zins out.
I like the Zins out here.
Oh, it's so nice into the Jinx.
I am worried that Mythos is potentially playing into Femboy's hands here, because Jhin is a lane kingdom AD carry and provides a great amount of utility, but he notoriously has difficulty punching through tanks. You see an early Jhin, you pick 2 tanks. It is good, but the Jhin was picked so early, and these tanks were picked so early, that you do now have a lot of options as Femboys to pick a comp that can just tear through tanks. Since that was not exactly a tank killer by any means, but he has no difficulty building things like Black Cleaver, like Eclipse, like honestly Bork's on the table if he really wants to be able to provide some extra early game damage. And if you find a good mid laner, yeah, there's the Jhin picture showing up. I think you have a lot of options for how to draft as Femboys, and you can use Jhin as more of your utility pick rather than your primary damage.
All right. I mean, good bans, I think, on the Vi and on the Ivern. I like the Olaf ban. Femboys really like that Olaf blind top. Or just that a lot of people really like it, especially in this league for like some particular reason. The Veigar too. They're taking away a lot of the blindable options here. Femboys, I mean, it's pretty clear you want to pick your top laner here. And that could be top lane Zinzao. We've seen the AP Zin, who just has 1 billion HP every single time. Yeah, Kayn top into the Ornn is nice to get that red Kayn into the Ornn. But I think we all forgot about the AP Zin for a minute and his ability in the side lane. That shit is busted. My ass can win with it. Yep.
I don't know how much YouTube y'all watch, but there's a well-known streamer that played full AP Zinzao into an Aatrox, right-clicked the Aatrox, and then walked away and won.
Game 5, Lee Sin. Holy cinema. What do they pair with it? It could be Syndra. I mean, I don't hate Syndra. You're able to space away the Zinzao, the Nico she approaches. You have to blind. There's only so many more mid laners up. What are they going to pick? I'm on the edge of my seat. Taliyah!
Taliyah kind of got lost in the shuffle. Taliyah's a bit of an Astros special. It's been eating round 2 bans, and here it is making it through.
Holy shit. Absolute cinema. And Aurora's through too. I think certainly it's Aurora. Certainly it's Aurora. Into the Taliyah, and then you hunt down the Jinx. Don't tell me you're going to pick Lux. Don't be a bitch. Don't be a bitch. Lock in, bro. Lock in. I guess it could still be, if you really want to like Nico mid, you could still pick Sport, but come on. Aurelion Sol for the late game assurance, bringing down the fucking nuclear bomb on these guys. I think this draft is peak.
I was ready to say I like Mythos' draft so much more, because I didn't think there was really a mid laner that Femboys could pick that would like bring this together. Femboys lacked engage. Femboys lacked meaningful damage against tanks. I do still think they lack engage, but Aurelion Sol answers a lot of questions here. I think you're running a ton of damage on this comp, and I think you should be allowed to win the early game. You've got Jhin into Jinx, Nico into Rel. This is a winning bottom lane. If we assume Zinzao into Ornn in the top, this is a winning top lane. Obviously, Kayn is a weaker a weaker early game champion. He wants to get his form, but he's got 3 melee champions that he can kind of easily smack around to try to get red, which I do think is the optimal pick here. And you have your late game insurance, like you said, in the Aurelion Sol. I think you have options to carry your early game into your late game. I think Mythos has a better team fight, for sure. But if Femboys avoids full-on 5v5s, and they avoided it like the plague in Game 4, I think there is certainly a world where this draft works. I don't dislike it. If I had hands to the fire, I would say Mythos' draft is better, but only because it's easier to execute. I think both of these drafts are good in their own ways.
I think Chet gets it, man. This game, if you're picking Lee Sin, Game 5, your team's hopes on the line, lower bracket, one game, best of one, to bring it all home. And you're picking the Lee Sin?
And we're seeing 129 Lee Sin legendary performance time coming in the chat from Wintek or Winteek. I don't know how you pronounce that. We're going to be looking at this Lee Sin.
This game is
because
gonna be, and the AP Zinzao. Sorry, but the AP Zinzao, I feel like he's gonna be so good here. Who's fucking side laning to AP Zinzao? If you fist AP Zinzao into the dirt early on, it's playable. But you have Ornn. I don't know if Lee Sin can really make his way up to the Ornn lane that much early on. But gamble right now. It's game 5. Gamble. Put your predictions on the line. I'm gonna do it right now. You know what I'm gonna do? All right, hold on. I'll wait to see what people are gambling, and then I'll reinforce. Holy fuck, this is gonna be crazy, man. I'm in awe. That this is going down. At first glance, the Mythos comp just looks so much better, but if the AP Zinzao is a wild card. The Kane here, I feel like, is crazy. The Aurelian Soul, Femboys comp. I mean, I thought that this series, like we said it going in, I thought this series was gonna be swift clean. And yeah, Mythos have the more traditional comp, but game 5, you never know what's going to happen, dude. Nerves are on the line. Not just nerves, you're fucking exhausted. It's been all night, man. Game 1, we had a base race, dude. It's been fucking hours. It's been hours of League of Legends nonstop. And I know these people were playing League before this because we're all degenerate losers, dude. And now you're going into game 5, fearless. Anything could happen. Gamble.
So much of this game is going to be brought down to individual playmaking. Because as Mythos, you can't roll over in the early game. And it's going to be very largely up to 129's Lee Sin to find these insects, to find angles, to shut down the Kane, what is going to be a weaker champion, and make more happen. As you get into the mid game and the late game, you're going to be looking a lot at this Nico. That's your engage. Nico. Dude, and Red Kane knock up.
Which means it's Nico. Nico. Dude. Holy shit. Right now, close your eyes, chat. Envision with me. Listen to my voice. Listen to Silver Scrapes. It's game 5. You're exhausted.
It better be pretty good on Nico Intake. You picked it in game 5 of a series.
Everybody, close your eyes. Feel the music. Listen to the music. Game 5. You're all gathered around mid lane. NA round. It's time for the final fight. Whoever gets priority on this wave is going to get first move to Baron. You're not going to give it up. And little do you notice, there's one extra minion. Are you noticing that at the end of a best of 5? Fearless, you're exhausted, you're tired. Cinema. Holy shit. Oh my god. And I think the Aesol here is going to be awesome. If the Aesol gets really, really aggressively targeted early, I see a world where it all gets done. But we've seen what happened. Game 1, we saw the Smolder stack up. And we got another stacking dragon. This time, though, it's in the mid lane, and it's on Ririka, the player who's drawn like 5 bans in most games that I've casted of Femboys. Ririka's drawn 5 bans, and he's on Aesol. And on the other hand, you got the Astro, Talia, and Lee Sin. Talia Lee Sin, man. Talia Lee Sin. What can these two do? In game 1, I feel like they failed to overturn that game state with the Ahri Nocturne. And this time, it's similar. You got a strong AP and AD mid jungle who are looking to make these plays across the map.
And, we were talking, Femboys definitely has a stronger bottom lane, Femboys definitely has a stronger top lane, but Femboys does have the weaker mid jungle, and that matters for so much in the early game. On top of that, Mythos has shown that they are not afraid to use cross-map play to great effect. You've got Talia and you've got Aesol, but Talia should have the push on him, especially early, and that Weaver's Wall, it just moves faster than Aesol.
Real quick, last chance to gamble, everybody. This is your last chance. The prediction is about to go away. CLT stayed up for you. CLT2244, the GOAT, stayed up for you so that you could get your predictions. Gamble. Put all your points on the line. This is your time. This is your chance. Put them on the line on who you think is going to take Game 5.
And as you lock those points in, I want to leave y'all with one last note. We've talked about cross-map. We've talked about jungle coordination. We've talked about scaling. The one thing that we haven't really talked about, and I'm just going to put it out there, is that all 10 of these players are raw skill checking each other. We have no idea who's just going to 1v1 or 2v2 each other in these lane phases, and that could turn the entire game on its head, because it really has all series long.
Man. All I'm going to say is I'm ready for cinema. Chat, we're going to go to a short break, and I hope you're ready for cinema too. We'll be right back. Gang, we're back. And it's time. We're in absolute cinema mode right now, guys. Can you believe it, man?
Quick highlight, new starter item on Guma's Jinx.
Whoa. I don't think we've seen Bo yet this series at all.
We have not. I've been looking for it because I wanted to highlight because I love this item. And maybe not for the reason that you may all think, as a little bit of trading happens out in here. Is anything meaningful? Oh, he's getting those stacks.
All right, before we talk too much about how the actual play of this game is going to go, we just got to take a second to think about the mental of these players. Imagine you're Femboys. You're up 0-2 in this series. Game 2 was a stomp. Game 3 was a stomp back, and then Game 4, SGM, you had them on the ropes, and then you just made nervous play after nervous play, fuck up after fuck up. They got back in the game and won. It must have felt like 3 games in a row. You were right there on the edge of victory. And that takes a toll. And that's not even thinking about just the normal 5-game series toll, man. This is already fucking exhausted. League of Legends, as I'm sure everybody here knows, takes it all out of you. It is brutal to you, especially in a competitive environment. If you're just doom queuing on solo queue, you know, that on its own is tiring enough. In a competitive environment, it's even crazier. Moonprint's nice level 2, and the healing from Ashes to give Moonprints the move speed.
Good sidestep.
That might have just been, that might have been lane saving. And Racy takes a ton of damage for that. Wow. I'm pumped. And I'm really excited to see this AP Sin Sao. I'm a big fan of the AP Sin Sao. I've been playing quite a bit of it. It's super strong. The reason it works, for those that don't know, is Static Shiv, as many do know, procs all of your on hits. But that means that it gives you an extra stack of Sin Sao's passive, which is every 3 hits he gains a bunch of HP, which scales with AP. So you go Static Shiv and AP Sin Sao, and your W has a lot of all your abilities really actually have AP scalings. So you're good on the damage front. But also, if you ever walk up and just like auto a wave, you're gaining like 2 full. It's as if the healing is scaled around as if you just autoed 7 times, which is a lot of healing.
Good trade. One of the AP scalings that they gave Jinzao, he did not have the scaling before, and it's low-key one of the most...
oh my god, does Rika have to flash? Astra's just ghosted.
Rika?
Rika just walked an awkward way. If you wanted to get out, you had to flash away, but Rika just walked into Narnia, and she threw another rock, and all it took was the ghost.
I'll be honest, if you just were deciding that you didn't want to flash there, you were never outplaying that. You should just stand your ground, get as many stacks out of your queue as you could before you died. But probably should just flash.
Oh my lord. Alright, so early on, AP Sin Sao is just normal Sin Sao, so you're not going to do anything crazy or new. Kane may be able to get both scuttles here. Oh my gosh!
Silty for Seko.
Silty just sent a message in the same tone that I sent messages. That was awesome. For Game 5, I'm gonna post the link. Oh, Wang Rod, you're out of position, man. 129 misses the Q. Holy fuck, dude. 129 was close enough to hit the E. It's in moments like that where maybe you wonder if he just wanted to use the Tempest and Cripple to keep him there, but he held on to it, and then he missed the Q. I think that would have been a kill on Wing Rod even through the flash. It would have at least gotten that a lot of damage. Peace in. Fuck, dude. This needs to be a 129 generational performance. We're all here. We're all expecting it in chat. If it isn't, don't watch back the VOD.
Yeah, Lee Sin is, for better or for worse, not a champion that does anything unless you really have the hands. Nothing in his kit. You can't just press a button and make him have an impact. You need to find these insects. You need to find these really cool angles with your Q, with your kick. The Seko TP's back into this top lane.
Oh my gosh, Moon Prince got out of there, but didn't stay. Ashes just gave over and killed a Guma. If this Jinx gets going, it could be disaster. Jinx's main weakness is she's not very good into like true tanks. It's once she has to get a kill first to get excited. But I'm looking at 5 not true tanks, man. And if this Jinx gets ahead, it could be disaster.
You can get away, especially if you get far enough ahead, with skipping your armor pen as Jinx and just going rapid fire cannon, Storm Razor, Hex Optics, Infinity Edge, and that build into squishies is oppressive.
I believe it, man. I believe it. And I mean, even the tanky members here are going to be an AP Sin Sao, who's like not building any tank stats. Probably doing the Omnivamp boots, TBH, because a lot of people... I don't like that a lot, but it's just what people go because they think healing, and that's what they want. But he's not healing off of the damage heals. Anyway. And the other one is going to be like a Red Cane. And Red Cane has a lot of HP, but he's not tanky. Like, that's a champ that could get, you know, bopped.
Oh, and I'm just now noticing this. Ash has died with his flash up, which is also a little disappointing in that situation. But it does mean that he has flash if 129 tries to make anything happen here.
Is there a way to see what the prediction results were? Oh, Astros doesn't get hit by the stun. Still going to get walked down by a lot of Aurelion Soul damage, but Astros has damage in return. Polar is here. Astros has to flash away. Is the W's going to deal? The W didn't do it. Polar, it's completely expelled.
Oh, no.
Tries to walk towards him to get the ult, and nothing's going to happen. Now, Ririka is in the wrong spot. Astros.
The Weaver's Wall.
The Weaver's Wall kept him in, and 129 gets the kill. Astros, Talia is taking over game 5.
And Rizixi there just for the cheering squad.
I think, that's what Rixie's good at. This is intense, man. This is kind of Sekko's window to actually win these. Because
he knows it.
Oh, he didn't get what he wanted at all. Sekko has to try and get out. Tried to flash towards 129 so he'd get the stun. Wangrod doesn't have the ult anymore. Wangrod, doesn't have the ult anymore, but 129 does have kick. He could try and find a crazy angle here if he thought he had a jump. Has no wards in his inventory, though.
He did have the flash in sec, but I don't think he fancied his chances with that.
No.
If you're Femboys, you should want to take a breath. 4-1 looks bad on the scoreboard. You're down 1,200 gold, which isn't great, but it's not exactly a game decider. That Jinx rocket, I think Gumo was kind of hoping Astros was going to find a cheeky flip. You can bet that Femboys is calling that cooldown is off.
With all of those cooldowns down, this is going to be a huge engaging. Rexy doesn't have ult, but he does have the ult. Pardon me, didn't have flash, but he did have the ult. And was able to use it there to get Ash's flash. Getting Nico's flash always feels good. You know that she won't be able... Even her flash E can be lethal, especially considering Guma has no cleanse. So, love to see it. Wangrod starting to get a lot of healing now that he has that blasting wand. Now let's see, the first objective of the game is going to be coming up soon. Lee Sin and Kane both clearing their camps down and are going to be in the area of this dragon. Taking quick stock of ults. Weaver's Wall isn't going to be back up for a while. The Jinx ult probably will be back up by the time of this objective. Rexy's ult, he just used it, so that could be down too. On the other hand, Ashes, Moonprince, Rika, Polar, Wangrod will probably all have their ultis. But, Rexy with a huge find and a double root from the traps! Holy guacamole. Now, Guma's trying to walk down Ashes. Ashes is so low, and Guma's gonna get excited. Now, Moonprince doesn't have the flash, does have the barrier, but it's not enough. Now, dude, Yurika's right here, but he might be in the wrong position. Astros would be able to shove either of these people into a very dangerous spot. And off to an early lead. SGM, they're feeling confident. Not gonna go for Dragon, though.
I am a huge fan of Jhin, one of my favorite AD carries. I actually think he can win a lot of situations that most people don't expect him to. But he is a lane champion. You have to win lane on this guy. And you're not off to a good start. And with those items, it's looking like he's building Hubris first, which is a tad optimistic.
Already having a big fight mid. Astros really low. That burn might end up getting him, but the ult from Rexy in the rocks. Astros goes to 3-0.
This is starting to get away from Femboys a little bit. Not unwinnable by any means, but you don't want to be down this much gold this early. And SGM traditionally does not give up these gold leads.
Yeah.
You're going to get the Scuttle Grubbies up on the top side. You're trading this for the Dragon down on the bottom side. This is a 10-minute Dragon, so a bit of a slower pace. I agree with your earlier sentiment. I feel like after that bot lane fight, you could have gone for this Dragon a little sooner. But you definitely have bot lane in full control now. And I want to say, Rexy has played this series phenomenally. And in these first 10 minutes, has been playing this game more than phenomenally. Jinx Rel has no business, none, beating Jhin Nico. And maybe you can question Moonprince's and Ashes' positioning in this lane, but Rexy's just finding angles that are absolutely incredible. Burning summoner spells, finding re-engages, and then taking those advantages and roaming with them.
Absolutely. And if we take a quick look at the bracket...
Look where Rexy is!
Yeah. If we take a quick look at the bracket, we can see Femboys. They were in the play-ins. They've had to play all the way through, only losing to the other Stun Gaming team, Stun Gaming Incarnate, in a close 3-2. Now they've taken the,
This
Stun
bot
Gaming
lane
Mythos.
situation is crazy.
It is. Now, Xin Zhao goes in.
Oh!
Pardon me, not Xin Zhao, Lee Sin. Now Rakesy's going to make sure that Polar finds his way back in, and a huge kick from Lee Sin. 1-2-9, trying to make that generational performance a reality. He's going to be able to get out with the Q2 in auto. Oh my gosh, 1-2-9. I'm seeing cinema. I'm calling cinema.
What was that? Generational performance?
Was that? We'll see, dude. Oh, sorry, everybody. I had to take a breath. Even in that fight, I was distracted. I just had to take a breath.
We are now in a position where you are 4K behind, losing fights at your bottom inner turret at the 12-minute mark. It's dicey. There wasn't even anything to fight for there. You're fighting over Gromp.
Rakesy looking forward. It's going to start to pull Moonprince back, forcing out the Moonprince ult. That does feel nice, especially when you're this far ahead. Real quick, I want to remind everybody what the last time a game looked like this. Game 1. Yurika was 0-4 on Annie, and they ended up pulling out the win, but that's because Smolder down bot lane was 2-0, was scaling and was able to deliver them to a win. That's not coming in this time with Jhin. Certainly not a lethality Jhin. Certainly not a hubris Jhin. Okay. Okay.
I don't see Sekiro getting out of this. He does have flash. He might actually be fine with the flash.
Polar's just got to roll up. He wants red, so he just got to roll. He's got to deal some damage to this fucking guy. Sekiro gonna flash out, and Polar's hoping that he's finally gonna get his upgrade soon. Let's see if he pinged it. If that was here, he's very near transformation.
Kayn is such a weird champion. For anyone that might not see a lot of him or might not be familiar with him, the dichotomy of Kayn is that you need to fight a lot to get your form, but he is intentionally, as something goes on here. Asher's just going to walk away, he'll be fine. Kayn is intentionally designed to be weak without form, because how crazy would it be if he was a strong early game champion and became even stronger after form? So you have to fight while weak, and it takes a really fine touch as a jungler and as a team built around him to find those angles. And unfortunately, Femboys have not quite found them.
No, not at all, man. The team that's supposed to be playing around him and getting him to that point, Aurelion Sol, has been absolutely brutalized because he doesn't have a jungler who can play with him to make sure that he has a safe laning phase. On the opposite side, we have a very powerful, mid-jungle duo in the Lee Sin Talia. It's not like this is Aurelion Sol plus Jarvan or something that's kind of able to cover him, right? It's Kayn, like you're saying, this champ that wants his form, wants to be ganking the Ornn, maybe even bot lane a little bit. So that's been just fucking brutal, man. Wingrod knows that he can proxy. It's interesting seeing the Rod of Ages come out first. I guess Wingrod's just saying, I'm in it for the long haul. I don't need the Shiv quite yet. I'm winning this matchup just off of merit of my champ being OP.
There, you have one thing going for you.
Whoa, Ririka! Ririka's taking a lot of damage. What was that?
Fred?
Ririka?
Buddy? Amigo?
Sin's out here. Wingrod knows this game is going out of control. He knows he has to try and turn it. But he's already used the E. Astros laying the E on top of him. He's going to make it harder. Shoves him. We have a TP coming in from Ornn. Ornn has ulti. Wingrod has to use the ult. He's scared, but that ult's about to expire. They know they can kill Wingrod, and he's going to get shoved. Nice flash to evade it. Sekiro goes even deeper.
That's a little deep, Sekiro. This shot's going to heal. No flash. Sekiro just inted. That's what it was.
Sekiro, he overheated a little bit. I don't know what the fuck that was supposed to be, Sekiro.
You take those.
That was just throwing. Literally throwing.
It's game 5. These are some game 5 plays.
These are some game 5 plays, absolutely. All right, next objective.
Femboys...
Dragon and Herald are both up. Second Dragon hasn't been taken at its 15 minutes. That lets you know how these games have been going, really.
And honestly, if you're Femboys, you're happy.
Ririka versus Sekiro. That was funny, Masters TV. Oh, Dragon's, I think, getting started up right now by Kayn. Oh.
He did hit red form.
He did hit red form, so he's probably feeling good. Red form, Eclipse plus boots. He feels pretty good. 129. Oh my god. If 129 is just no. Oh no. He's not going to. But maybe the fight after. Nico ult, but it doesn't land on anything. 129 doesn't even get rooted up. Rexy up here. Going to be in an awkward situation. Talia ult, going to keep Rurika out of the fight, and now it's just Polar. But TBH, he might be able to get something here, but he can't. Now, back on this side of the fight, Sekko is already being zoned off. He is going to end up falling, but 129 is here. He landed the Q onto Ashes. He has Flash and he has ult. If he really wanted to insect, he could, but he wanted to save that. Now, Talia, it's Astros who's in trouble, and that one becomes lightning. Almost became a kill for Wangrod. Does 129 thinks he has it? A shove onto Ashes. Jinx is going to take mid turret right now.
Aso ult came up just now. Jinx does get excited off that turret, but I don't think that's enough to look for a fight here.
Oh, Wangrod just looked. That's no E or W for Wangrod, though.
Look at that damage.
No W for Jhin. Oh, dude, this game is just right on the edge. But if you can turn that into just a Herald, it can work out. Vision or a Herald, I like that.
So there is a sneaky AP ratio that they gave Jhin that he did not have prior. And if you're unfamiliar with it, it can really catch you off guard. Wind becomes lightning has its slow duration increased with AP, which means you can be touched by that and just be at 60% slow for 5 seconds. If you
That's really interesting. I had no idea.
Yep. It is debilitating. You're going to question whether or not you're laning against a Nasus when that thing touches you.
That's so... I love, like, those things. There's just... Who fucking thought of that? Who at Riot was like, you know what we're gonna give? We're gonna give duration scaling to Zinsao W slow on AP.
That's going to be one of your win conditions if you're Fem right now. Like, SGM has shown some sloppy behavior. The gold lead has been diminished down to 3k. Definitely something FM can work with. Your Xin is definitely your strongest player right now, and he is hitting the point where no one can answer him in lane. Imagine you're Orin in a long lane, you get hit with this W. By the time the slow wears off, the W's back.
Holy, now we're making a Herald play on top side. Sekko should be able to weak side this. Wangrod has TP, but I doubt they're going to trade it all right here. Wait, they are. They're looking for this play now. Rexy is out. But red team! Polar finds the steal! He's getting chunked out. Sekko's ult. This feels really split. Moonprince is completely taken out. He has to flash. The ult is going to chunk down Polar, but it's not quite enough. But Moonprince, you know what? You're always out of position if you're up against Orin and Talia, man. This is kind of ridiculous. He's going to go down. Sekko gets the kill. Are they going to keep trying to push this? No, wow. What a play by Polar. And you know what, dude? Masters TV in chat saying generational Kane game incoming. He might be right. Oh my, Rurika? What are we doing? Again? You've got to farm up, man. You need some resources. Has to flash out. Now a knockup. Rangrod, he's not out. He dies. What? Astro's got him. Now Ashes tries to get a big Nico ult. Isn't going to even be enough. Polar right now, though, going to get kicked out of the fight. And Wangrod and Ashes are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Now Polar doesn't manage to get out. He's not knocked up. He also isn't knocked into the snare, but he ends up dying too in a complete wipe across like a minute of play from Femboys. Pardon me, 2 Femboys from SGM. Now Astros has to dodge some shots. Oh, the 4th one can still kill him, and it ends up doing it. But nice shutdown into Jin's pocket, but it's not going to step in the bleeding.
25% of the time, you hit those 100% of the time.
True.
But we are seeing, Guma get another solo turret, by the way, up in that top lane. And are you able to toggle the gold just to see Guma's gold compared to Moonprince's real quick? Because I bet you it's a lot. 98 to 85. It's not as much as I thought it would be, but a 1,300 gold difference is significant. That is a BF sword's worth. And if you're Jinx and you're trying to outscale this Jhin, it goes a long way.
Yeah, the gold difference surprisingly is spread pretty evenly. But that mid lane, 2,500. 1-6 for 6-1. Just wild. And you know it's been hard for Railing Soul even to get stacks, to be honest. Let's see what stack check. Oh, almost 200. That's actually not too bad.
He's not inting. He's getting stacks by fighting them.
That's true. Funnily enough, that's true.
And I don't want to be too harsh. He's not inting. This is game 5. We are
Hold on.
5 hours into this series, if you can believe it.
Hold on, is that Messiah in chat? That's former MVP, legend of LOLMidwest. All right, we got a fight happening here mid. Ornn ult and a Talia ult. We're completely boxed in. Ult coming out from Ashes, Pop Blossom, but is it going to be enough? Ririka untouched so far in this fight, but does he have enough damage? Doesn't even matter. Wangrod on the back trying to make something happen. Polar hoping that he can find a way into the fight too, but it's not going to happen. Wangrod on the back. It's just not going to work that way, man. He's not even going Static Shiv. He's just going normal AP Xin Zhao.
You need some attack speed on that build, buddy.
Yeah. Now Polar getting caught out up top. He's just going to get zoned off of the Baron right now by Sekko. I mean, if Polar could pull off a miracle. We saw him pull off a miracle steal earlier. He's getting completely zoned. Now Astros going to put him in the box. Yeah, he has to use the E to get away. Nothing's going to happen. This Baron's going to be hard to fight back against. Aurelion Sol is pretty good against sieges just because he has that kind of bullshit that he can say, hey, all you minions, stay right here. But, dude, it's rough. I am not just exhausted, I am, like, in awe that this game is happening the way that it's happening right now.
And so much action has gone on, and more action might break out here. Ash is just walking away, I hope. So much action has gone on that we haven't had a moment to, like, highlight individual players. 8-0-2 on 129. It was said in chat, legendary, generational. It is very much looking that way.
Hold on, Femboys know that they have to make a huge play now. This might be the last window they have left. Ririka getting chunked out, but so far he's safe. Racy looking for him, 129 looking for him. For now, he's okay. Down below, Guma is going to be taken out, and this could be the collapse. Astros, though, is fed, and he's going to be able to deal a lot. Moonprince over top, going to drop the curtain call, and Ririka is coming back to the fight. Astros so far untouched, able to pump out damage. Racy second, Astros the last 3, but the 4 members of Femboys are still up. Racy zoning off 3 on his own, which means Rangrod with this weird-ass build is going to go down. Now an Ornn ult on top of it all. Moonprince has to flash out. Ashes and Ririka now on the right side. Astros is going to take it all the way to Moonprince, going to deal a shit ton of damage. Let's throw another rock, and down goes Jin. Moonprince gets taken down. Now it's just back to a 2v2. A lot of shutdowns. Probably I wasn't keeping track because that fight was so insane, but probably a lot of shutdowns collected by Femboys, and the dragon delayed.
3 for 3. You are okay with that. And as we were saying earlier, we're 23 minutes into the game. If a team took dragon, on reset and got the next 2 dragons after that, the earliest soul that you can have is 38 minutes. The earliest elder that you can have is 43. So the soul and elder win con for SGM, if we look at it from that angle, because they are certainly ahead, has been heavily delayed.
Yeah.
As Fem, you really want to find some way, any way, to get this game as late as possible as another dragon fight breaks out. Yep,
Sekko's up in the top lane. Now this time we need to look at the ultimates. Ririka's ult is going to be down. Moonprincess will be up fairly shortly. No Weaver's Wall for Astros. Sekko is right now split pushing top lane. He's not going to have Ornhorn for a while, but he will be able to TP to this play if they think that it's worth it. But instead, heads up play from SGM. Dude, they found Moonprince completely exposed. And yeah, Femboys are probably going to be able to get this dragon. Oh, they don't even want to let that happen. They want to take this fight. They're letting their orange split push. Not traditional, but I'll allow it. Here we go. He's coming into the fight. He doesn't have his ulti yet. Call of the Forge God is not up yet. Dude, Ashes goes down. We need this.
129.
It only found 129, but I mean, even if it found more, we've seen some pretty decent Pop Blossoms from Ashes, but it's just not supported by any damage. There's no team to follow up on any type of engage that even happens. This is an absolute sweep. I don't even know how you come back from this. Yeah, eventually Aurelion Sol is going to be huge, but with I'm just gonna say it, man. Like, this Xin Zhao build, if you could have just had jungle Xin Zhao and, done a normal, like, a blind top laner. This is weird. This is not the reason why AP Xin Zhao is good right now.
Even with the Bramble Vest healing cut, at the ideal 3 items for AP Xin Zhao, you could dive an Ornn with impunity because you would actually out-heal the turret damage and the Ornn damage, but not on this build. This build looks like it's more designed to provide some, I guess, poke.
Yes, to be like a bruiser. It's to be like a bruiser AP slowly whittling down the Ornn, which I guess which makes sense in isolation,
But you could do that in AD Zinzao.
You could have just gone Sundered Sky.
Yeah, you would be doing the same thing, but have more impact in the team fights, which is what he's showing for.
Or something. Yeah, I don't know. And up next, he's building, it's like that's Frozen Heart. Yeah.
And I hate to say it, but that positioning from Moonprince walking into that dragon fight was kind of illegal.
Yeah, I mean, that's
because you knew they had full vision of like the mid-ish side of that bottom river where the banana bush is, so he was never going to get any kind of approach angle.
Hold on. They're talking in chat about the White Rod build, and Messire said, "Unfortunately, overcooked the build," and then Doom said, "The stove isn't even on." Wayne Rod tested the build, so we don't have to. True, man. Oh, and in game 5. But, I mean, I'm going to be so real. The Zinzao is not why they're losing right now. Yeah, this AP Zinzao build is reportable. But if we rewatch this game, at no point was it this Zinzao who was throwing it. It was...
No. He was actually the one in the lead
is running
for the longest time.
He was the only one who was doing fine. It was Ririka dying over and over to this mid-jungle duo, which, you know, TBH, going like double scaling mid-jungle makes things really, really hard. So that was kind of just destined to happen as long as SGM stayed locked in.
The way you needed to play, you know, that to support this Kayn is through your side lanes, winning Zinzao, winning bottom lane, but kind of through just some phenomenal playing from XC. Femboys bottom lane just sort of imploded, and top lane by itself ain't gonna cover that.
ASO right now is at 307 stacks. Right now, you know exactly how the comps are going. It's okay, guys. We have ASO. He'll stack. Eventually, ASO will stack.
We scale.
And eventually, this Jhin will be able to sell his lethality items to buy items that will help him do damage. But, I mean, that's a far way away.
If you are playing... Here's some piece of advice that I adhere to.
Baron's going to make it really difficult. Hold on. Baron's just going to get started up.
Oh, yeah.
Polar knows that he's got to try and make... He has flash. He's walking through the walls. He's got no vision. Blue buff, or blue ward, did give us some sight on it. He should just be able to Q through Rexy, to be honest, and make sure he has the HP. Ashes is running over. Polar goes in, but it's so
It's
early.
not even close.
Stop the DPS. Stop the DPS. Now Polar has to get out, but he's going to get taken down. Ornn up top. Now it's just a normal-ass team fight. Fuck the Baron. We're just going in. All right, we do kind of have to play it a little normal, guys. Guma found his way onto Moonprince, and it's just going to take him out. Now you've got an excited Jinx around back. Ririka is trying his best, but he's going to fall as well. Then Wangrod, that's an ace. And with a mid lane shoving in, that should be the losers semifinals, game 5. All the way, Silver Scrapes. SGM complete the reverse sweep.
What a series. And I think, unfortunately, a little too late, Femboys will definitely look back on this series and think, what if we did this differently? What if we did that differently? But they should be proud. They got O2'd by SGM in the regular season. It's not quite over yet.
It is.
There it is. Just to make sure. And they got O2'd by SGM pretty convincingly in the regular season. There was nothing convincing about this series. SGM should be walking away with a laundry list of notes about what they need to fix if they want to continue to be competitive for the rest of this bracket. But well played by both teams. I think these were great drafts. These were great games. At no point did either team give up. I don't think either team really mental boomed. Maybe exhaustion kind of got to some players by the time we hit game 5, but I know it's certainly getting to me.
Dude, look at the bracket. Femboys made it all the way from the play-in. So did SBM. This were our 2 play-in teams, and they both made it all the way to losers semifinals. And now it's going to be Femboys who move on, or pardon me.
No, it's going to be SGM.
It's going to be SGM. I was looking at the wrong side of the bracket. It's going to be SGM that move on to play Hidden Leaf in the loser bracket final to see who gets the honor of facing a Stunned Gaming Incarnate.
That is going to be a banger of a match.
It is. I'm pumped for it. Hold on. I'm seeing if we can get a winner's interview.
if I had to like describe this whole series in one phrase, it would be I ain't hear no bell.
True. All right, Santa Gas, join the call. I'm joining. I'm adding you too.
Going over.
Hello.
You gotta add Astros, but welcome, Racy.
Sorry, gang. That one's on me.
Full 5, dude?
Bro, I don't even have Astros added. Oh no.
You don't have Astros added?
Bro, yeah. Hold up, wait, BRB.
That team's moving on to the lower finals.
Okay, slight
Welcome
error
back.
occurred.
Yeah?
Yeah, we're good.
All right, we're good now. We're good now.
He is in.
All right.
Yeah, sorry for that one, boys. My
It's all right.
apologies.
First off, Racy, a full reverse sweep. How did you guys? What was the mental like going into game 3? Were you guys still as locked in as you were game 1, or what was the thoughts?
I feel like game 3 we're like, really guys? And then we just started playing better. Like we were just being stupid. And then like honestly, Femboys played so well, like I was genuinely like really impressed.
Yeah.
But I feel like first games we were just forcing things that didn't make any sense. And then game 3 I'm like, boys, like let's just chill out and we'll be alright. Just pick good lanes and win.
What about you, Astros? What was going through your mind in that, like, especially going into game 3?
I was lucky devastated at the first match. I was like, we were like almost backdooring them, and then it's like we lost. I was like, damn. But yeah, it was definitely like hard to come back after being down 2. But we all took a mental reset, walk around, chill out, get some water, and then we came back, play for what we know what we can play for. And yeah, we brought it back.
Did you guys feel the momentum? Because I know a lot of people talk about it. A lot of people like don't play competitive talk about it. But did you guys, once you started that reverse sweep, did you feel like the momentum, or were there times in games where it still almost felt like you were just kind of trying to focus on like the quote unquote best of 1?
I think yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
You want to go, Rexy?
No. I'll you.
Okay, yeah. I think yeah, for sure. The momentum was there after getting like the first win. I was like, yeah, it's very dominant that we had. It was like double-digit kills we had, so it was like really good to feel that we can actually still bring it back and win. And then I think it showed for the rest of the series that we just have to play more together and just be more coordinated in our drafts. And I think I think we won majority of the drafts tonight, but we just didn't execute it as.
I think we're just too many funnies. I think for me it's like, okay, this might be like a bit egotistical, but as soon as I got that, like we got those kills first, like third game, I was like, okay, we won the series.
Yeah,
like,
when Inara started to get really ahead.
Yeah, like we got those kills bot, and I was like, okay, we're back bot lane, like we will carry. So I wasn't too stressed about it. I know that like sounds weird to say, but like no point even after losing second game, I'm like, oh, I don't think we're out. Like that's not.
Yeah.
We just kept fighting. Like obviously it's like a bad situation, but
yeah,
I wasn't really that stressed about it. I was more just like, okay, boys, like that's enough. Let's win this next one.
Yeah, and bot lane, you guys really turned it around starting in game 3 and kept it going all the way through game 5.
Yeah.
Kuma's my goat. Kuma's
a beast.
Played very, very good today.
Yeah.
Played excellent all 5 games.
True.
So game 5, Esters, you get the Talia, and you start to get really far ahead, and like Talia Lee Sin mid jungle duo. At what point in game 5 did you start to feel like you guys had it in the bag, or once again was it just like locked the whole way through, or was there a certain part in the game where you're like, oh my god, we're not losing this game, we're moving on?
It's hard to say. I would say whenever I was able to just snowball, like I got like 2 free, I don't say free kills, but it was 2 kills I just got. I'm like, okay, I can really just play with my lead, and I was able to get mid push perma and just lurk with my jungler, and I think we just kept building momentum and getting a lead after that. So it's kind of just over for them after that. But yeah, I think that was when I was like, yeah, I think we got this in the bag, especially like when Guma's and my whole team has good mental and winning every lane. So
yeah. Well, your next match, the losers finals, is going to be up against Hidden Leaf. Those are the two teams that get my caster bias. How are you guys feeling going into? You're my two favorites. How are you guys going into? How do you guys feel going into that match?
I think I'm feeling fresh. I mean, I didn't play when we lost to them.
Mhm.
So I'm feeling fine. This game was like, I think this sounds weird, but I'm happy we lost the first two games and kind of woke us up. I feel like we've just been killing teams in 25 minutes for the last 2 or 3 months.
Mhm.
So it's good for us to finally lose a game. So yeah, I don't know. We use that for practice this week, and I think put in a bit more effort into prep into Hidden Leaf, and we should be all right.
Yeah, I feel like we have a good grasp on what Leaf's gonna do this next game, and I think if we just apply what we know what we can do best on, I think it's gonna be a good series. But overall, I think we're gonna be on top, and I think it's gonna be a stun gaming versus stun gaming series.
That's the goal. That's the goal.
Ooh, okay. Cyanik, you have any questions?
I do. Obviously, no team wants to go to full 5 games. If you can, you want to get your 3-0. But do you think, with the benefit of the 2 losses that you had on this series, was it just mental reset and move on, or do you think maybe Femboys exposed a few things that you realize you need to work on moving into your next matchup?
I think Femboys played really well, and I think we just weren't really mentally in it. Like, I guess we could put it down to playing bad, but I think it was more of just like, honestly, we were just way too casual about this game. Like, Femboys played really good, and we were just kind of la-di-do-dad in there and assumed we were going to win, and then we go down 2 games, and we're like, okay, like this is not allowed.
It's just kind of like, going into the next game 1, lock in from the start.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously it's way easier to say that than to do that. I don't know how Astros felt. Like, me personally, like, I prepared, but it's like, I don't know. I think I was a bit too lackadaisical about it. Yeah.
And I had one last question. This is mostly directed at Astros because the last time you guys met Femboys in the regular season, which granted was way back in February, it was a 2-0 in your favor, and it looked like it was a bit of a lane kingdom for you Astros. But in this series, even in the games that you won, it felt like Rurica came to play. Every time the camera panned to mid lane, you two were slugging it out, no mana, 300 health or less. What were the comms or the feelings like in that mid lane matchup? Because to me as a viewer, it seemed intense.
It was definitely intense. He's a very good player for sure. He capitalized on my mistakes. I capitalized on his. It was definitely back and forward. But yeah, he's a very good player. I was very tilted. I wouldn't say tilted, but I was very annoyed because I know I should have died in certain scenarios, but I did, and it's like that's frustrating. And I lose like a whole cannon wave. It's a bunch, yeah. But
also, Astros, when we last played Femboys, you were AD carry, and we had
I was AD. That's true.
Oh, were you?
So it was the first time they were battling.
Yeah,
but yeah, like yeah, the stat line you saw with someone else. Yeah, Astros and I smurfed it up in the bot lane though.
Yeah.
What did we went like Jinx, Leona, like went behind them, Tribush level 1 and double killed them or something crazy. But yeah, their bot lane played a lot better today than they did last time I played them. I was quite impressed actually.
I was not expecting this to be really game 5. I really thought we were gonna win like 3-1, but they shocked me this first 2 games.
Yeah, Femboys, and as somebody who's casted their games before, like Femboys were really on lock a lot of those games.
Really
and a lot of times, I mean, like it was obvious that these players, like had hands, but a lot of times they didn't seem like they're super in sync. But this series, I mean, especially those first 2 games, but even in game like 4, when it got pretty close, I was super impressed by them. So shout out to them. Do you guys have anything to say to the fans?
I think to the fans, I'll apologize for keeping you guys up so late. It was all for the content, and now we have more content.
True. More for them to talk about during Midwest Weekly.
That one's on me, boys. Oopsies.
All right.
A few incidents occurred.
Expect it next week.
That's true. Next week, if y'all viewers are looking on the screen, Now, this was like literally the first day this game could have been played. It was played.
Yeah.
So y'all might, just depending on when the game gets played, who knows, but it might be a while before the next LOLMidwest game. So those 5 games need to carry you guys for a nice long time. But thank you everybody so much for watching. Shout out all the viewers. We kept like 20 or 30 viewers that whole time. That was awesome across like the 5 games. Shout out both teams. Femboys, y'all did a great job. Made it almost all the way to the end. Mythos, obviously, you guys have more games to play. Thank you all so much for joining. Shout out CLT, my goat. Shout out Jay Mustis, the other goat. And then we will thank you all so much for watching. See y'all later.